about luxury? Huh? What does a town that's been to hell and back know about the finer things in life? Well, I'll tell you, more than most. You see, it's the hottest fires that make the hardest steel. Add hard work and conviction, and the know-how that runs generations deep in every last one of us. That's who we are. That's our story. Now, it's probably not the one you've been reading in papers. The one being written by folks who've never even been here and don't know what we're capable of. Because when it comes to luxury, it's as much about where it's from as who it's for. Now, we're from America, but this isn't New York City, or the Windy City, or Sin City, and we're certainly no one's Emerald City.
This is the Motor City, and this is what we do.
Lights go low, the city goes high. Stories untold under moonlit skies. Braylon got the vibe, got the flow for the culture. Yeah, you already know. Turn it up, lean back, feel the breeze. Late night truths drifting through the trees. It's for the culture, by the culture. Braylon got the soul to show ya. Breaking it down, lifting it higher. Feel the rhythm, spark the fire. Headlines flip with a soulful twist. Behind the scenes where the magic sits. It's the heartbeat of the now and the then, where the story starts and never ends. Tune in, lean and feel the groove. Every moment, a vibe you can't lose. It's for the culture, by the culture. Braylon got the soul to show you. Breaking it down, lifting it higher. Feel the rhythm, spark the fire.
Well, 14 people are in the building, 10 people are in the building here. Welcome in. Glad to have you here. We are definitely breaking it down and lifting it higher. It's time to talk about some Rave to Love Detroit edition. And of course, I have some of the best people to help me break it down and lift it higher of anything and everything going down in the D. Detroit, Michigan. I know the big D stands for Dallas, but there's other D's around the country and around the world. GGQ, what's going on, good people?
Hey,
What's going on, family? What's going on, family?
Happy Sabbath, everybody. Hope
Yes,
everybody
indeed.
had a wonderful Thanksgiving.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Listen, hopefully, there was some hopefully new family members that you met that, they weren't interrogated too bad. Hopefully there wasn't too many family arguments, and hopefully there was some resolve for whatever happened. Lessons that hopefully came down, some curses that you cut out your life and everything in between. Because we know that there's no Thanksgiving dinner that's ever the same. So just blessings all around. Listen, we cover everybody over here, okay? Listen, higher is Wayne, low is available, but either way, we got to go on tour. Yes, indeed, we do. Let me take this down here, this iconic intro. Before we get started, I just want to say this, right? To all the subscribers, one love, much love, all love to you. But until you can do a fifth quarter or a half of what content creators do, shut the fuck up talking. Because there are people who read court documents like Pam Esquire, lead attorney, and many other law professionals that you tune into. Okay, whether you're reading news stories, whether you're doing after show reviews, whether you're doing sound baths, whether you are giving business advice or what have you, doing this is not easy. And honestly, I think it is tacky, downright disrespectful, and disgraceful to say what other people should do, and other people are being solutions when you're just moving as a whole problem. So if that bullet ain't for you, don't pick it up. Okay? All right. Just want to get that off my chest because, child, people want to try people, but yet they can't do what we do, child. Just moving on. With that being said,
say that again to the people in the back who couldn't hear or who decided to, selectively turn off their hearing at this time because it applies. But yeah, keep speaking. He is stuck.
Listen, just have to let the people know. And by the way, shout out to the 22 people. I saw y'all. Thank you for coming through. Appreciate y'all. 12 people in the building now. And listen, I say that because what we do up here, this is teamwork, but also it's family too. And I think it's about long overdue that people understand that if you don't have it in you to do, then go watch who you watch, but also too, don't group everybody together a bunch when you're not even a part of that bunch. Just saying. But anyway, with that being said, welcome everybody. We're talking about Ready to Love Detroit.
Hey, it's an old saying, big dog, that say, mind the business that pay you.
Come on.
It's an old saying.
Listen, let the church say amen. Yes, indeed. So, Ready to Love Detroit, we are on episode 4 of season 11. We were just talking before the show, me and Q, before Gigi got on, and Gigi also heard a little bit of what we were talking about. And I said, for some odd reason, I feel like there's a potential for more couples to come out this season than the previous seasons that we have reviewed this show together. Would that be a fair statement? Because, at least the possibility is real. More than Philadelphia, at least. Come on now.
Yeah. You know what? It's crazy because I think that we all came to that conclusion by like the second episode. Yeah. And it's crazy because normally, especially after what we just, had this last season that was just so terrible. Mm-hmm. It's like you can see the difference already compared. So yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I feel like we'll have a better turnout than what we did last time.
Yeah, without question. Q, what you guys say, my man? And now Lusa, welcome in. Glad to have you here. Q, what's your take, my man?
Yeah, we rocking and rolling this episode. This season. Yeah, we rocking and rolling. Way better cast members, I think. I think they did a really good job picking the right people. We're gonna have a way better outcome this season than the previous season. Because if we had to do what we did last season, if we had to do that again this year, man, they was squeezing all the lemon out the juice. I'm telling you, like, good Lord.
Wait, they squeezing all the lemon out the juice, but they didn't add no sugar to it. Not sugar, not sugar the regular way. Sugar, okay? No sugar at all.
No Splendor or nothing. You know what I'm talking about? Like, God.
No Sweet and Low. No stevia. No.
Listen, at that point, they was just squeezing lemons, ran out of water, didn't have no sugar. It was all messed up in the game. Just squeezing out the last little bit and just still thirsty in the end. Still thirsty.
Speaking of thirsty, somebody, and you said this, Gigi, somebody must have drunk a Ready to Love product. And it was not Rise Mushroom Coffee. Shout out to Cisco from last season.
Right.
Oh, it must have been some bad coffee, like you said, my friend. Because My
Right.
Lord.
Shout out to Jessica from what
Yes,
season was that? Season 8 or something, I think it was.
I believe so. Yes, I believe so.
Yeah. Shout out to
Well,
Jessica and her combative coffee. Evidently, she went ahead and made this a trademark and went
yes,
ahead and sent some to the cast of season 11,
yes,
and they
indeed.
drank it
And
instantly.
we would like our credit as well. I think what $75,000 checks for all of us. I think that's a decent cut.
That's fair.
That
I'll
ain't too
take that.
much to
That's
ask
fair.
for. That ain't too much to ask
You know
for.
what I mean? Because
Not at
we've
all.
been saying bath coffee for a while. You know what I mean? So listen, we all try to get to the bags around here, right? Let's put some respect on our names because our gifts make room for us in Jesus' name. Yes, yes, yes. Amen, amen, amen.
I
So
mean,
we
in the
get
name.
that part right there. So we get started, and this is interesting. So the ladies' lounge is also the gentleman's lounge. Do we like this at all? I mean, I think me and Gigi know this from a production standpoint that they shoot this show in like 7 to 8 weeks, so this kept production costs relatively leveled, but still.
I
I
was
think.
actually looking at that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Q. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Gigi. You good?
No, I was just saying, I was looking at that and I was actually trying to figure out. I was like, it looks like the same set, but also they did some tweaks to make it a little bit different for the women. So even though we're in the same location, there's just like a couple setting or placements that are just a little bit different, just to kind of give it a different vibe, I think, for the ladies. But yeah, to keep, set costs down. Yeah, it's only smart to keep one location and just kind of switch it up a bit.
I think that's the same thing that happened with Philadelphia, right? They were in the vault last season, which I gotta tell you, I know the Ray Love Nation crew will tell us that there have been many other, fellas and ladies lounges, but let me tell you, that vault was something special. I think that was probably the best part of the Philadelphia season, the fact that it was a physical vault that you could walk into. And it really was a huge metaphor too of you're going to this vault to, deposit what you feel and then lock the vault away. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. I think the vault was the first time they did that. As a fact of having the ladies lounge and the men's lounge in the same
right.
building. I like the vault. The vault was amazing. You know what I'm saying? The vault was like they were saying, whatever happened in the vault, stay in the vault. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Whatever happens in the lounge, stays in the lounge. So I'm kind of excited, you know what I'm saying, to see the future of the lounges go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the ladies came through this time, you know what I mean? They really did. I would like to see some more camaraderie from the ladies, you know what I mean? Hopefully that gets built throughout the show.
Yeah.
But so we're gonna see where that goes.
Yeah. No, for sure. So it opens up on the ladies' lounge, and this week's assignment is the spots that mean the most to them, right? So we get started with Dominique, who this connection right here, they kissed at the door. Okay, like daddy came home. Okay. So you got Devon there, you got you have, I think, let me see who else I got here.
Christina.
Christina, thank you,
So
gorgeous.
Devon, Christina, Bello, and I don't know why I want to call him. What is his name?
Bello,
It's not
Chris.
Chris.
Yes, Chris.
So Dominique kissed Bello, and Devon kind of picked up on the vibes that, you could for Bello. I want sushi. I'm like, okay, Devon, listen, you have not because your ass not, but also too, hey man, you can cook for this brother. You can also cook for me as well, brother. And so Chris and Christina talk, and they have a conversation about their childhoods and how they grew up. Christina was called fat and ugly, pig and pudgy. And it's always interesting that what you talk about back then is what you really need later on down the line. Like Gigi so articulately said last week, just because you want what you want doesn't mean you can avoid what you need. And by the way, that clothing line, that merch line is from our show. So if you see that anywhere else, it's bullshit. Okay, because that was a word from the congregation. And then Chris, he had a gap in hair issue. So what did y'all think about this? I thought that this was a very good conversation. It seemed like Christina had some humanity here, and we'll get to why a little bit later while we say some humanity, because child, that flipped on a dime. But what did y'all think about
because seeing this, I was like, oh, okay, we're starting off good. This conversation is nice. Actually, almost made me forget what we seen in the preview and, the things that was said. I kind of almost forgot that was, going to happen. But she just seemed very genuine and comfortable. And maybe that's Chris bringing that out of her. Because sometimes it takes, the right person to have that conversation and for you to feel comfortable enough to say, hey, I can talk about my past and feel comfortable opening up about my trauma so early. Because sometimes it takes a little bit of time. Sometimes people do it quickly. But I feel like she's comfortable with Chris. And them two together seemed like it was very natural. It didn't seem forced. She didn't seem angry or agitated. Like, she actually seemed like she was enjoying the conversation. So I like that dynamic, and we quickly see just how it can be when you talk to someone who either you don't have interest in or you have a problem with, compared to someone you are interested in and don't have problems with. So
yeah, absolutely. Hey, Linnell, still a welcome in, my friend. Good to see you here as well. Q, what was your take on this?
Hey,
Good, sir?
Hey, what I really see is Chris is really that guy. He's easy to talk to. I really feel like a lot of ladies are interested in him. He really seems like a ladies' man. And I don't think he's really trying to be that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He did a great job. I think last week, telling one of the ladies you're not ready to love, and he did it very eloquently. You know what I'm saying? And always very good. Always has a very good choice of words. You know what I'm saying? But my thing about her is, I remember whenever she was on a previous show, and she was sitting here saying that, how when she goes to the club, she don't have to pay, and she's so pretty. She's so pretty. And I look like this and I look like that. And for her to really express her insecurities to Chris was very heartwarming. But at another time, it shows that she's masking who she really is. You know what I'm saying? Because she really feel like beauty and attraction is above character. You know what I'm saying? And we'll see a little later on when she really show us who she is and what she values. You know what I'm saying? So it's people that feel how she feel. You know what I'm saying? But do a lot of guys gonna accept that concept? It seems more transactional than anything. You know what I mean? So we don't want transactional love.
More transactional than relational.
Exactly.
And I will agree with you, Q. And I think there's a difference between being a ladies' man based off of charisma and the persona, and being a ladies' man based off connection and soul. And I feel like he's being a ladies' man based off the connection and soul, because you can tell who really is about the business of, listen, whether I win this show or not, I'm cool. And you can also tell who just, they're here, but they're not mentally invested. You know what I mean? I feel like Chris is not really of that ilk. And Gigi, what you said too, that she seems comfortable here. And I'll ask you this, Gigi. I wonder if Christina, and I'm asking this from a woman's point of view, and Q jump in right after if you could. Gigi, do you feel like Christina is switching up as a person because she's never had a comfortable place to take off her shoes? You know what I mean? She's always felt like maybe, and this is just playing the other side, not too much though, because you are showcasing what you showcase, Christina, but I'm trying to have a conversation here that could be hopefully a productive conversation. That when you go into somebody's house, right, you feel like you're not going to really be there long, so you're just having your shoes on as a visitor. But for Christina, she's always been a visitor because she's never felt comfortable, and maybe she's finally taken off her shoes because she does feel comfortable. Because I feel like it's a lot of flip-flopping energy going on with her. I mean, I know that's early to say, but
so I feel like that goes actually a few ways when it comes to her. And not to cut you off.
No. And hopefully that
so
made
I was
sense.
actually just it does, and I was actually just thinking like a few things. So first off, let's just talk about like her attitude when it comes to. It seems like she's more transactional than, like you said, relational.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys have heard people talk about like in relationships, men and women alike, you're not always going to get everything you want from a person, okay? So sometimes if you have that person who is emotionally invested and is able to give you all that time emotionally and physically, maybe their finances aren't right, okay? Or maybe that person who is financially securing you and they're able to take you shopping, buy you the bags, make sure that you stay, you're financially happy, but they're not able to give you that emotional happiness. They're not able to provide for that. They can provide money and that's about it, but they can't give you the heart. Okay. And I feel like that's kind of like what it is with her. Like you have to think about that. Like she wants the money, but she's not going to get all of those qualities that she's wanting because she's so stuck on the financial part of it. So while she's out here looking for the front row seats and has to be VIP everywhere, that person who is financing that, they might be okay with that, but guess what? They might want to stay in the shadows. So you're not going to be able to have that good time out with them because that's not the life they want. They'll fund it, but they won't be a part of it like that.
So basically what you're saying is they'll fund the fantasy, but they won't ever recognize you in their reality.
That's kind of how it is. And that's why a lot of times you see all these big bosses and stuff, and they have these wives who are in these, nice big houses, and they have the cars and they have the country club memberships, or they have this and that. But guess what? They're cheating. They have several mistresses, or even the wife who's a stay-at-home wife, she's got to seek her somebody because the husband's not providing what she needs physically. Oh, he'll provide the money, but listen, he's not providing anything else. Okay.
Right.
So that's one side. Now to the side of the point where you were talking about, I feel like with her, and this, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, okay, so her talking about how let's just start at the beginning. She's talking about how she's pretty, she's so gorgeous, she's this, da 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 da, right? But talking to Chris, she's talking about how earlier, she was made fun of because she was bigger, she was uglier, she was this, that, and the third. Okay, so we see there was some type of transition that happened, that where she went from fat to small, she went from ugly to pretty, right? But the one thing that didn't change was her personality. You can change who you are physically.
Correct.
But if your inside stays the same, you're still going to get the same thing. So evidently when she was fat, she still had an ugly ass personality.
Right.
Because now that you're cute, it's just bringing out that personality. Correct. So who you were inside, who you felt like you were when you were fat, your prettiness just brought that out in you, and now you're over the top with it, maybe. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like with her, that could be like why it seems like she's wish-washy. Of course, everybody wants love. Everybody wants to be desired. Everybody wants to be wanted. But are you giving that same thing to the person that you're wanting?
Right.
Are you reciprocating? Are you, you know, are you just taking? It seems like she's a taker. Like it almost, I don't know if y'all have come across girls who feel like they're just so pretty that that's all the quality that they have. So you should
Yes,
be
ma'am.
like, you should
Yes,
just
ma'am.
accept it. Like,
Yes, ma'am.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes, ma'am.
no, wait, what did Cardi say? I don't cook, I don't clean, but let me show you how I got this. Girl, stop.
Yes.
Now, like, you listen, cuteness only gets you so far, but a
That
man
part.
truly does want somebody that they can fall back on. Because what do I say often? At the end of the day, you can be disfigured, your face can be fucked up, but if you got a good personality, that person will still love you through all of that shit.
That part.
But when you have a fucked up personality and a fucked up face, oh honey, you're hit. Car
Yep.
crash, bus stop, just give up.
Yep.
But I feel like Christina, she just got some more stuff that she needs to work out within herself, just because of maybe that transition from being, fat and ugly to, now she's cute and she's hot. Or I don't know. Maybe she hypes herself up because she does music. I don't know, but it's something that's imbalanced in her, and I just feel like she really, really needs to work on that more.
Absolutely. And I thank you for giving the context, conjecture, and connection, because
Sorry, I know that was long and a lot.
No.
I'm sorry.
Child, listen, like I said to you, I know I was long-winded in explaining it, but I think sometimes what one person may feel like it's long-winded may seem like a needed, point of view to another, right? Everything is in the eye of the beholder. And I wanted to go down that path with Christina because it just feels like to me there's always been an uneasiness of not feeling accepted. So she has to do more. And when they say when men overcompensate, it's usually for something else. But I felt like she was trying to overcompensate for, the emotionality that she really wants, but she doesn't know how to express that.
Right. Women overcompensate too. That's why you see IG models who are looking so fly on the gram, but you go home and they really are living off air mattresses and ramen noodles.
I ain't lie. Don't do ramen noodles now. Don't do ramen noodles.
Listen, I love me some ramen noodles, but I'm saying, girl, don't sit there and act like you going out eating crabs and lobster dinners and you love oxtails. Girl, stop. You've had that twice. And now, you know what I'm saying? Like,
basically what Gigi is saying, Q, is that if you don't hang yourself up as this masterpiece, if I come forward to look closer at, it's better still be that same masterpiece energy of the colors and how the light hits and everything in between. It better walk up to it that I can see it from far away. That's what Gigi's saying.
Hey, I don't know if y'all ever seen the video, right? This guy, he took a girl out to dinner.
Yes.
And so the girl ordered lobster, right? Lobster, steak, and whatever else, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell she never ate that kind of food before because she was sitting there actually biting the shell of the lobster tail.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you seen that?
Yeah.
Listen, man.
She eating the pasta with her fingers and stuff.
Yeah,
she grabbing
she was going
it.
crazy.
Yeah, she was wild.
She was going crazy. She was going crazy.
Yeah, that's all. But see, you see how she was dressed though. She dressed like she does this. Like she's just so elegant, and she's just
right.
This
like
is what she does. Like
exactly, exactly.
Oh my Lord!
Are we jumping right into her comment, or are we gonna wait till that slide comes?
No, let's just wait till we get there because she a hot. Listen,
because we got to build it up. Because my Lord, it goes from this to that very quickly. Now I will say, now this conversation here is very powerful. As y'all know, Dominique had 2 miscarriages, and so we also learned. Not that, because we already knew that, but what we do learn is that Dominique and Devon have been talking, because Devon virtually met Dominique's mom on FaceTime. And the conversation, the kids come up about adoption. Now, I'm going to just say this right now. I know that you kissed Bello at the door, but I feel like, and I know Gigi and Keith will have a take, and maybe I might be right, maybe I might be wrong, because I see myself in Devon. Just a little bit. Like, the smoothness is there, being a nerd, but also too the grownness is there. It's like an old soul. Like, we've been here before, so I relate to Devon, not just because he looks like a growner version of me, but that's neither here nor there. But a very fine point to make. But I will say this: I feel like Bello is what Dominique wants, but Devon is going to be what she needs. Because you need that person who, although they can have all these responsibilities, there's a soul that you want to keep coming back to every day. Y'all let me know what y'all think about my take, and what did y'all think about this conversation.
I don't really feel like she's really that into him like that. I don't feel like she's into him. You know what I mean? I feel like he's way more into her than than she is to him. But he seemed cool though. You know what I'm saying? He seemed chill. Right. But sometimes with certain women, you can bite off more than you can chew. You know what I mean? And women know that. You know what I'm saying? Women know, like, okay, this guy like me a little more, you know what I'm saying, than I like him. And I feel like in his mind, I really feel like he thinks that their conversation is more than what it is. But the energy she giving the other guy is the energy that he desired from her. And I really don't feel like I feel like if she gave a man an opportunity, I feel like he would make the best of it. But the other one is just such an easier fit for her. You know what I'm saying? So, like, a lot of times you got to be open to the process. And with this guy right here, if you're open to the process, you might find he got everything you need. But if you're going to go with what's familiar, then you're going to always end up in the same situation. You know what I mean? So I feel like my man is a little different for her from what she usually go for. But if she gives him the opportunity, man, one thing about it is, and I gotta give it up, and I might have bit my tongue when I said it, but I kind of felt like Dominique wasn't really there for love. But to find out that, she letting people talk to people on FaceTime and introducing people to her family, even though how it happened, you know what I'm saying? To me, I felt like you're open to the process, and you're giving people a chance. You know what I'm saying? So big shout out to Dominique on that one.
Absolutely. And I appreciate your take on that, because I feel the same way that you do. I just felt like maybe, with Dominique and Devon, it might be a slow burn, friends to lovers type of thing. Because there is exactly. You know what I mean? And also too, when I thought about this take of Bello is what she wants and Devon is what she needs. Y'all remember the date with Bello and Dominique at that beautiful location? By the way, shout out to the location down in Kenya. Well, that was a great venue that you guys caught and shot at. It was more lustfulness on that date to me. Like, there was a seriousness to the conversation, but I felt like here it really was more of a familiar energy-based conversation, because even Bello, and we know it's only 4 episodes in, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm just dropping down what I saw. I felt like there was a connection, that there had to be some conversations in order for Dominique to feel comfortable to show, to call Devon, and the mom was there, right? Because she could have said, hey, I'm gonna, leave and, try to talk to Devon, but the fact that there was more of an openness there, I felt like maybe that she sees something in that slow burn, like you said, for her to open up.
Well, brother, let's do remember, this is almost slash a game show. So you are trying to make as many connections as you can, because you are trying to stay on the show. You know what I'm saying? So she might be most physically attracted to the other guy, but she like, shoot, I might need to make sure that just in case the other guy get kicked off, I still have me a connection here. You know what I'm saying? So let me still just keep the door open, because it's a possibility I might like this guy this week. Next week, the other guy might be my number one, or you know what I mean? So, you really want to keep your options open throughout the process. And it seemed like she's doing that, because when she got kicked off out the first mixer, I feel like it opened her mind, like, okay, now I gotta somewhat strategize my way, to make sure I find love, but also, be successful in the show.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. At least she's being open minded. She's not like that last person who tried to bust that dude out about is he pregnant or not, but yet you were helping him pack his shit. You know what I mean? That was just a fucked up situation. Like, wait a minute. So you said, and I quote, that he ruined your happy ending when no person is in control of your happiness. That's a personal decision. But yet you went with the other person that you had problems with, but yet you were helping him pack. So at least she's keeping an open mind with both. It seems more of a sincere open mind state, if you will. But no,
Rose just need to keep her role. That's what she need to do. So she keep that thing charged. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Maybe let's keep it charged.
by the way, if you go to adamandeve.com and you type in BQGS, that's Braylon, Q, Solana, and Gigi, you can get a 30% off discount on adamandeve.com. So just type that in. Get that rose. Oh, look at that. Look at how that rhymes. Use that code to get that rose. Listen, you know what? I'm going to do a little pause right now for that. Listen, that was smooth. I didn't even mean for it to be smooth. It just rolled off the tongue like that.
We're gonna find that sponsor now. I'm trying to tell you, we're gonna find that sponsor.
One day, damn it. One day, very soon. But you see how smooth it was, though? It felt like it was. Wait, y'all got Adam and Eve contract? No, we don't. We just speaking things into existence in due time for sure. Chi, what's your take on all this, beautiful? What's your take?
I mean, I actually agree with both of y'all. I've been sitting here really trying to ponder how I feel about these two, like this whole time, and I'm just like, okay, so I agree with you, Braylon, that Bello is who she wants and Devon might be who she needs. But then it's like, would she really make it work with Devon, seeing how I don't feel like she's really attracted to him like that?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't feel like there would be full intentions made there. Okay. I don't feel like she might give her full self because there's attraction missing. But then on the other hand, like if we think about it at the end when Christina was talking about how Devon had sent her some money to, get a spy. I think that kind of opened her up to Devon a little bit more too, especially with the comment that she made about how Christina was trying to, show off and she felt like that was tacky. I feel like that was a little bit of jealousy coming out. So I feel like there's a connection there with Devon, which we've seen. We've seen that last episode. We see it this episode. There is a connection that she does have with Devon, but it's not like the intense attraction that she has with Bello. As we see, when she opened up the door and seen him, she had a glow. There was such an energy between those two that it was almost automatic. It almost seemed as though he's come over before. He knows this house. Right. This is, you know what I'm saying? This is something that they have done before, even if it's not. But yeah, I feel like her attraction to Bello is something that she would pursue more instead of with Devon. Because I mean, with her, I don't feel like she's like the type who's worried about the money. You know what I'm saying? So the money doesn't really too much make her float. You know what I'm saying? As it did with Christina. That's not kind of what sets her off.
No, she's more of a refined version of oh my God. No, it's not Jennifer. Oh my God. Y'all know the person. Bae, you caught a fish. Y'all know.
Oh shit. Not Jessica. Giselle. Yes. Not Giselle. Damn it. Janelle.
Yeah, Janelle. You were thinking Potomac Child. Yeah. It's all. And you know what? To Janelle's credit, right? Remember how in parallel, we bring up parallels from different seasons, so you gotta go back and watch some of our old reviews, but we always will keep you in the loop. If we remember that parallel, and how she was attracted to that trainer, but then she married somebody like a Devon, right? So it could happen. Because Janelle's a beautiful woman. We can't sit up here and
Most
deny.
up. Yeah. Most up.
It was just the attitude.
The attitude, yeah.
You gonna be my footstool and shit after the executive producers put your ass on national television and shit. But that's neither here nor there. But if she could find somebody like that, obviously that process.
But yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Like that goes into what I said. What you need doesn't mean that you can, escape, or what you want doesn't mean you can escape what you need. So Correct. Her going after, Bello because of the attraction that she has does not mean she won't end up with Devon, because he can actually surprise us all and surprise her and actually fit somewhere that maybe Bello can't.
And there has been times where go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and him meeting her mom on FaceTime, that's a huge thing, because not everybody can just meet the parents. But yeah.
But one thing that she said though, she said, "Ain't no telling if I'm on FaceTime with you. Ain't no telling who you and me." You know what I mean? So this is just something. She's always around her family and stuff like that. True. So, you know what I mean? You might. Ain't no telling. You FaceTime her. She might be around such and such. People are asking questions. You might just meet whoever. You know what I mean about it. But
so it wasn't something personal like that. It was
exactly. It could have been casual. You know what I'm saying? It could have been real casual. But for Devon, and my thing about it is sometimes, Devon is coming in with his intentions of finding somebody. You know what I mean? So with his intentions of trying to find somebody, you got people that'll take advantage of you and your open heart. You know what I mean?
That's a true possibility.
I'm like, bro, I'm loving it. You know what I'm saying? You done change your persona from the first mixer. You come in there, you feeling yourself, got your shades on, you presenting your best self, and you can do all that, and things just don't go your way sometimes. But I hate that we got to jump ahead sometimes. But for her to sit here and say, buddy sent me that money, this and this, whoop whoop. And one thing I do love is a lady's perspective on women. And Gigi, when you said that might be a little bit of jealousy, I said, "Oh, you right. Yeah, that sound like that." Because if you watching the mixers, when they point the camera to different castmates, right, everybody facial expression really tell you how they feel about certain people. You know what I mean? So that could be a little jealousy on that one, but I want to see how that unveils.
But also to both of your points, I will say this. First point, we have seen moments where Devon, was the geek, the nerd, the outcast trying to, make a move, and Dominique was like, "What you doing?" But it wasn't like, "Get away from me." You know what I mean? It was like, you really want this, huh? She even said at the second mixer that she likes him holding on to her. And then the other thing that I will say about this potential, that's what I was going to say, was I think you can have jealousy but also stand on business, right? Because when Dominique said what she said about Christina, I felt like, personally, from my point of view, that was more of Dominique being upset over, she can tell that Devon's a good dude, and what Christina did was tacky, and the fact that she picked up on that could be a protection thing as well, to give it another angle.
That's a perspective as well.
Absolutely.
That's a perspective as well.
And honestly, and it could be either way. Like it doesn't even have to be that Dominique was jealous. It could have been Christina. It could have been that there wasn't even jealousy. It could have just been like, sometimes women are competitive without being competitive. Men are too.
Right.
It could, because when Christina first walked in, she was like, she couldn't wait to hear the tea because she wants to see what woman likes her crushes or likes the people that she likes. So, I feel like with her, it's kind of a competition. Like, I mean, which it is, but
that's insecurity as
everybody
well.
just going, that too. So,
ain't no telling, if I'm going hard after what I want and somebody else, have interest in it, it's like, okay, cool, you see what I see. But at the exact same time, you know what I mean? I'm gonna go hard for what I want. However it fall, it fall. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's about being part of the process because you're gonna have ups and downs in dating. You know what I mean? You're gonna have them. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it's gonna work out and sometimes it doesn't. But what you're doing is it's the journey more than anything. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like that in marriage. It's like that in partnership anyway. A lot of times it's not the end goal. It's the journey of who you become and what becomes of, where you're at. You know what I'm saying? So if you can always come there with an open mind and an open heart, you know what I'm saying? And how whatever happens after that, you can always be like, I gave it my all. You know what I'm saying? And I've learned. You know what I'm saying? So let's see where it unfolds.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Fully agreed and well said by both of you. So then we have Nicole and Devon. They go to a batting cage and they're playing cricket. And
hold on, my brother.
Yes.
Did you skip the one with Devon and not Devon? What's the girl we just was talking about?
Yeah, Christina and Bello.
Christina and Bello.
Did I not have that picture up? Hang on. I thought I had all the pictures up. Hang on, let me see. No, I don't have that picture. But I can go to a Bello picture.
Hold on, I'll send it to you real quick. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't mean to forget that. No.
We know.
Rotation.
So that's why I was like, I was trying to hold my commentary.
Oh no, you're good, brother. You good. Like I said, like we talked about before we started, this is a season where we're going to get to really showcase not saying that we didn't showcase the best of us in the Philadelphia season, but the way that we were the show, this shows off our sonalities more with this season. Like there's things to tangibly talk about. Child, this right here. Oh Lord, let's get to it. Cause Lord Jesus, I mean, just my God. So as Gigi left to give us that picture, so she'll be back up here in just a second, y'all. But this conversation here, I was just flapping my goat on this because I'm just like, it's the 4th episode. You just had a really good, human conversation with Chris. Welcome back, Getting Gorgeous. Glad to have you here. You just had a really good emotional, in tune, and relational conversation with Chris. And on the 4th episode, I said the 4th episode, this ain't episode 7, but on the 4th episode, you come in with this conversation with Bello. And so Christina and Bello have had phone conversations, right? But then Christina says, I should be having 2-hour phone conversation with somebody else. And so, Christina, comes up with the money, thing of, and these are the guys in the group. One guy gave money. Another person said that they couldn't give any money. And then with Bello, he did give an answer, but apparently the message didn't get to Bello until 3 p.m. And if we all remember, Jessica and Chris, there was a thing about messages, right? That season. Daytime, nighttime, and all that stuff, and blase. The thing that really gets to me is this, right? Is that you were cool with a dude who said that he couldn't do it, right? And that was a fair answer, okay? But then you give Bello this energy of, well, how a man really treats his woman is based on money. If you don't have it, then we don't need to talk anymore. So you were good with one man not giving any money, but you were upset with Bello for not being able to give you an answer. You were good with a man not giving you money, but yet you were upset with Bello for not giving you an answer. One more time, because I want everybody to get this very clearly. You were good with a man to give you an answer that you accepted. You said this on the national television. In the words of Karen Huger, I'm only judging what you're giving me, but also Q, says that because I say it too. But that's the principle, right? So you were cool with an answer that you accepted, but yet you had heat for Bello. And you still took the money. So it's like you're basically a liar. So really, you actually appreciate Devon more because it was a transactional thing. You really were upset about the guy who gave you an answer that you say you accepted, but really you did because you mentioned, how much money was sent. And then you just saying, fuck you up the asshole with no lube. I will allow you to bleed and suffer. Like I wasn't participating in the 2-hour phone conversation, but now I want to have with somebody else. Y'all can have it. I'm just
yeah, that was very contradictory because you started off with how good the phone conversation was, and oh my God, I was like, wow, we've been talking for like 2 hours. Made it sound like it was great conversation. But then you go into, like you said, I should talk to somebody else for 2 hours. Well, go ahead and do it. Even though Devon sent you $180, did he give you a 2-hour conversation? See, he might have been financially available, but he wasn't emotionally available for you. And the person who wasn't financially available for you and wasn't in the position wasn't available for you at all, emotionally, physically, mentally, or just to conversate.
Correct.
But then the person who was not there to give you that financial support that you wanted in this moment of a test, because that's what it was. It was you testing them, which I feel like is just disgusting anyway. Absolutely. You're testing these men that you barely know. And the one who you are giving the most shit towards because they did not respond is the one who gave you a 2-hour conversation that you made seem like you enjoyed so much. Mm-hmm. So what counts the most and what matters the most to you? Because this goes into what I said. Sometimes a person can give you all the money in the world, but doesn't mean that they can give you their heart. They can't give you that love because they might not know how to love, but they know how to make money. So their way of showing love is hated. Buy you everything that you want and need. But eventually, when that money becomes not enough, you're going to be searching for what else you feel like is missing.
Correct.
So yeah, with her, she is very contradictory in herself, in her statements, in her ways, in her thinking. And it's just like, what do you really want? Do you want a good man or do you want a bank?
Come on. Let the church say yes.
So
Amen.
That's something she's going to have to figure out. Because honestly, even if let's think about this. Devon sent her money, okay? Mm-hmm. Now, have we heard her talk about Devon?
No,
have
not
her
at
and
all.
Devon had a real date and conversation, or does she even know she really likes Devon? She don't even know she liked Devon. She just know that he sent her money, so she liked the fact that he sent her money. But they could go on a date and she could find out that they have absolutely nothing in common.
Yep.
But guess one thing she does know is if she asks him for money, he's most likely going to give it to her. So she's going to continue down this road and he's going to be there. Mm-hmm. Next, he's simping. Not saying that's what he's going to do.
Right.
But that's the situation it turns into.
And also, too, I know that you're not placing blame on Devon. It's just Devon is a circumstance within this or not circumstance, but he is one of the elements within this conversation.
Yeah, no, definitely not placing no blame on him because he felt like he was doing something right.
Exactly. Either that or he might have felt like, okay, if I don't do this, then it's going to look away. So he might have just been trying to have peace in the valley. But I'll throw it back over to you, Gigi.
No, that's absolutely true. He could have felt either, obligated because he wanted to keep the peace, or he's like, hey, Okay, well, you're saying that this is how you feel. Okay, well, this is how I can contribute.
Understood.
But yeah, that just seems her whole attitude is just off. And like I said, she's gloating about what Devon has done, but you don't even know if you're really attracted to this man or really if you really like him.
Come on.
So
And
now
that's
what you're gonna play with his heart
it's-
because he's financially supported? That's wrong to him.
exactly, because that's not all who he is.
Man, there's a lot to unpack in this conversation. And y'all covered a good bit of it. You know what I'm saying? If not everything. And I'm pretty much gonna reiterate just some stuff that y'all said. But on the back end of it, the part that blow me is, as a man, you can always it's one thing that you can never buy. Yeah, I don't care. One thing you can never buy is a date. You can never buy time. You can never go back and buy time. So if you're gonna put value on money, you can always go make more money. You know what I'm saying? But you can't always have the time. So my thing about it is, for her not to value somebody's time versus money, I mean, you're looking at love all messed up. Because are you saying that your time is worth money, but everybody else has to give you money? You know what I'm saying? So in her mind, she feel like her time should be valued. Her time should be transactional. I told you almost 2 hours. You ain't give me no money. I told you for almost 2 hours. You ain't got nothing for me. I've given you this much time. Like, you really feel like in your mind that your time should be compensated for. Oh, I want a massage. First
That
off,
part.
you know, I want to. What in the world? First off, people barely know you. You know what I'm saying? Barely know you. You know what I'm saying? Barely know you. You know what I mean? So for you to expect financial, resources from people you barely know because you talk to them and you're not really even that invested in them, to me has me wondering, like, is this what you do to pay your bills? Is this, you know what I'm saying? Because if that's the case, I'm not saying you do. Yeah, I don't know you, but if that's what you do, you know what I'm saying? Are you really ready for love? You know what I mean? Because that says a lot. Because as a man, you know what I'm saying? If this is your measuring stick, of what a man can do for you, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of men that can put money in your pocket. It's a lot of men. But for this show, those guys are really ready trying to find their person. They're trying to find love. They're trying to find a connection. You know what I'm saying? I can go, you can go many places and give a woman money for what you need. You know what I mean? If that's what you're looking for. You can't really put a actual number on love. You know what I mean? You feel me? You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because that well will run dry. You know what I'm saying? Not saying somebody will run out of money, but folks will get tired of just giving you money just because we talking on the phone or we interacting. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? And another thing about that is that conversation, buddy, like, man, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like, that really turned me off from her. You know what I'm saying? For her viewing things like that. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not a connection. And another thing, you know what I'm saying? It might be a defense mechanism as well. You know what I'm saying? Okay, he's not doing da-da-da for me. I know I'm not that interesting of a person. You know what I'm saying? Well, since he's not giving this to me, now I got a reason not to talk to him and make him feel a certain type of way. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah. And then also just think about it, because not to cut you off, but I just want to add to your point real quick. Just like you said, maybe that's, her way, like, hey, you not spending no money on me. But just how much she talk about how pretty she is, she needs somebody to keep funding that prettiness. Because what else does she have besides being pretty right now? If they don't fund her prettiness, how is she going to continue this facade of, I'm just so pretty? So, this is all I have to offer you.
And Gigi, she 36. You 36 years old and your mindset like that? I can see if you was 24, 25 years old. I can understand that. You know what I mean? Because you Your brain haven't developed. You know what I'm saying? Your wants and your needs aren't there. You know what I'm saying? But you 36 years old thinking like that. You know what I'm saying? That to me would be
Right.
alarming because I'm just like, you 36 years old and you in and out the club. You want to be VIP. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So it had to been a time in your life where that option wasn't available. You couldn't be in VIP.
Come
You
on.
couldn't. You know what I'm saying? So now you like, well, I got my cutes, I got this together, I got that together. Now everybody, the things that I wanted to do, I didn't have access to. Now I got access to them. You know what I'm saying? But um, you you're a day late and a dollar short. You know what I'm saying? Because your wants and needs should not be that of a 25, 26 year old. You're 36 years old and you're not Bernice Burge. You know what I'm saying? That don't age at all. You look like you're going on 36, 37 years old. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you're not attractive, but I'm just saying the mindset.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
The mindset is just like, come on, shorty, like for real.
And
I would have, and I gotta give it up to Bella. I really do, because he handled the situation with grace.
yes, he
I gotta
is.
give it up to him because if it was me, you might would have got a couple choice words. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I don't know you like that. Just be opening up my wallet. I don't even know if she said her and Devon went on a date or anything. Did her and Devon go on a date?
Not that we saw in the episode, no.
So why in the world would you expect this man to financially give you or pay for you a massage? I mean, if you ain't really offering nothing. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like she's trying people. That's a
Yep.
try. That's
Yeah,
a
that's
try
what
in my
I'm saying. This is
book.
a test.
That's a try.
You out here testing these men and you don't even know them. They don't even know you. But you sitting here saying you sent the same message to 3 people to see what the response is, and that's what you got.
Yep.
But for you to expect that off the top, like, girl,
you get
that
a
says a
ready love
lot.
check just like everybody else get one. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, come on.
you get a ready love check. You're like, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Truly
No.
And honestly, with that attitude, I wonder how many of them VIP seats she actually get.
Come on.
Because now this is just me wondering. Has anybody heard of her?
Not before this show, no.
Okay.
That's no disrespect to her.
Not that tall.
So-
Not that tall.
Okay. So I'm just trying to figure this out. How you have the. Now
The
listen,
Black
I swear, hold on. If anybody come for me for what I'm about to say, okay, we gonna have problems, okay? Now listen. How you sitting here with the attitude of Beyonce, but the career of Jaguar Wright?
Oh my Lord! Oh my God! Oh God! Oh God! Oh wow! Okay.
And I'm just gonna say respect to Jaguar because she was that girl in the 90s. Okay,
Yeah.
she got more credit, way more credit.
Well,
But I'm just saying.
well hit. I'm trying to get my throat back for the show. Continue hosting.
I ain't lying. I thought Mike Tyson. I thought Mike Tyson retired. That was a punch, though.
That was a smooth knockout. You know what? Let me age it a little bit. Some Teddy Pendergrass. This looks like another love TKO.
All the way. I ain't lying. All the way. Because it's not fair. You know what I mean? Because another thing about it is, what you're trying to say is, like, people do not have the finances to do this for you. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about it is, my man sent you half of it. You know what I'm saying? How you know what? Other people are gonna be, some people might look at it like, why he didn't send you the whole thing? He didn't have it? You know what I'm saying? So why in the world are you testing somebody? The man give you 180. How you know that one his last 180?
That
Because
part.
if he had it, he would have sent you the whole thing.
That part. And that was more than he had to do, which
Way
really
more.
he didn't have to do shit. And
Not at all.
And not to mention, too, if this was a man, and I think we've called out men and women on this damn show, we would have been on the same wavelength on a man, because, like, come on now, like, right is right and wrong is wrong. And this is the thing, too, and I've said this before, I think we've all heard this statement. Money and circumstances don't change people, it just amplifies what's already there, right? And, Gigi, I know that you're out in Cali. I'm sure you have probably seen people that you're like, man, if my bro Braylon Lee was out here, he would mentally flame these motherfuckers and knock them out with the bazooka that he is as a person. Because there are probably some people out there that have seen, Christina, that's like, oh no, I'll call up my man Bray for this opportunity before Christina. And that situation all over the world, that sometimes how you move, and this is the thing too, it's not so much that sheet of paper that you got from that college. No disrespect to anybody that's going to college, but follow what I'm saying. Your education is something that you have to pay for. Your gift was already paid for. 10 times out of 10, the biggest careers that you know of has been through networking and how somebody moves, not because of all the bags that they've collected. And not all of.
Speaking of bags, she got the mind. She act like she a CEO of a Fortune 500, but she really got the career of a Kmart cashier.
Rest in peace, King. But you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I really she's really showing us why she's going to get eliminated.
Yeah, and the men are in power next week. That's the gag.
She really showing us why she's going to get eliminated. I don't know how soon she's going to get eliminated, but she was already at the bottom at the mixer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so Dominique was like, she had changed her whole mentality. You know what I'm saying? And now she's really coming into a zone. It seemed like it, finding a connection and navigating that space. You know what I'm saying? So absolutely. If she don't find a better way to navigate that space, she's gonna find herself on the other side of glory. You know what I mean? So
right.
Absolutely.
And don't nobody come for me because these is jokes. But listen, I still stand 10 toes. I don't give. I don't care. Okay, I'm just saying.
Sometimes there's a bit of truth in the joke, and I know that Gigi will also rep Q and Solana as well. So please don't just think that I was. Just saying that.
But the main point of what I'm saying is her attitude is not matching who she is.
Yeah.
So that's a conflict with herself, and she's definitely gonna have to get this figured out, especially at 36, 37. Girl, you should now listen. Especially if you have no kids, there's no reason why this should be going on this long where you have not figured out the difference between your wants and your needs.
Yep.
And what is acceptable as a woman who is trying to navigate and be married. Like, come on, you like, especially at a certain age, when if you have no kids and you're wanting to be married, you definitely have to start changing if you're thinking after a certain age. Because you like, shit, at 18, 19, I didn't give a fuck. I was, I just wanted the cutest one. I wanted the one that just had, you know what I'm saying? If you was fucking in, you wanted the one with the big dick. You wanted the one that could last. You wanted the one. You didn't give a fuck really if all other girls wanted them, even though you was jealous and mad. You didn't care because you was able to fuck. So that was what's on your mind. Once you hit about 22, 23, he was like, you know what? I want somebody that at least has a car. Working at McDonald's is fine at this point. Still got to have good dick. If you cheat on me 4 times, that's it. After 4, see, when I was 18, I did 12. 22, I'm doing 4, okay? I'm cutting the shit down. I'm not going to take this all my life.
Tighten it up. Right.
You know what I'm saying?
The tolerance level decreases after.
Right. You done went from 12 to 8. Now that you done hit 26, 27, and then dropped to 4 times. Now, once you hit 30 and up and you start moving up, now that shit starts getting a little like, listen. You done already had chlamydia 4 times, gonorrhea twice, and you don't even know why you still itching. But yet you still want to talk about being a diva? Wait a second. Something's not right. We need to still figure out this.
But see, a
Girl,
lot
you,
of times,
girl, you still ain't figured out how to use condoms and take medication? Wait a
oh
second.
Lord,
Look,
Wait
I
a
don't have it.
minute.
Look, there are virtual
Lord,
pearls for women, but let me clutch my virtual chain right now.
oh
Because my Lord,
Lord,
my Lord, my Lord.
hey, if my
Listen,
if
I'm
my
just saying, yeah.
if my partner, young Dolph was alive, he'd say, "Church, preach,
That
Right.
part. And
preach."
like I said to y'all last week, how many times have we seen somebody like Christina say what she said, a contestant like Bello felt what he felt, and will not go back and text the group? Because y'all remember it was a whole text group chain motherfucking of an event last season. But bigger than texting the group, that could be said in the gentleman's lounge by Bello. And that could really let the other fellas know, oh, wait a minute, she said that to you? And then if Devon says, hey, listen, I just sent it to have peace in the vibe, but I didn't really like that my damn self, but I didn't want to say no. Devon is more likable than Christina. So now if you got Devon, who's more likable than Christina, you got Bello, who texts that to the group, and they talk about it on national television in the lounge. Sweetheart, do you not know you will be up because of how you move? Like, you okay. Maybe
It was messy.
It's just
That jump was messy, dog. That jump was so
What?
messy
And,
for her to
and
say that. It was messy, dog. Like she
if this was
blew me.
on the other foot, it would be the same thing. We talked about this plenty of times. If the guys did the same thing, the women
Right.
would have a whole lot more to talk about.
Yep.
And it's not even okay. So she asked 3 guys for money. What if him or one of the dudes was like, okay, so I'm about to test 3 women and tell them that I'm hungry and I don't have no food in my house. One of them don't respond and say, well, they don't have it right now, so they can't help. Somebody sends him, a DoorDash order, and then the person that he likes or thought he wanted to talk to, just ignored him and didn't say nothing. What if that happened? Like, the women be like, what? They asked you that? Well, who's the one that sent him the DoorDash? Oh, it was Dominique.
Exactly. But see, the blow part about it is, right? She said it was for a massage, but ain't no telling what she used that money for. You know what I mean? Ain't no telling. You know what I'm saying? Because if you want a massage,
I am out here in California, and we got malls that have them spas, and you can walk in and get you a massage right there at the table. $20,
exactly.
$40. They
But
got
why
$80.
But why you didn't ask Devon, let's go get a massage together?
Exactly.
That part.
And
Let's go do this together.
Especially since he sent you the money. Since he sent you the money, oh, thank you. You know what? Why don't you come with me and let's get a massage together?
Exactly right.
Yeah. You're right about that one.
Most of the time, depending on the show, they will set up the date. They'll make it all work. Like these shows have social capital. Hey, listen, what's the best massage place in Detroit? Or there's an app called Zeel, Zeel. I know that because of Melody Sharif formerly of Love and Marriage Huntsville. But it's an app where you can literally bring a massage person to wherever you are. And I'm sure if you were told, the crew that, they would have went on the Zeel app, got a discount, and there you go. So there's ways to get what you want without having to snatch it out of somebody. Like the hell?
And hold on, let's just even take it a little bit, another step, seeing how the women were empowered this week. And, after this, we can move on because we've been talking about these two for a while. Yeah, but with that, the women were empowered this week. They had to open up, kind of bring them into their special place or space. Why couldn't Christina make a date with Devon and use that money for that massage then? Hey, the other day I said I needed a massage, but I decided that I wanted to have a date and to thank you properly before sending it, let's do this massage together. That
Exactly.
would have showed one, it would have showed intention. It would have showed, well, would have showed intent. It would have showed that you were at least
Exactly.
graceful and grateful,
Exactly.
as well as you taking the time to get to know this man and go on a date and actually see, hey, do we have a connection besides just this money?
Exactly.
Show some type of appreciation, but there is none, because it's all just I feel like with her, it's one-sided. It's all transactional, and that's it.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think we did our job on this one, y'all. So, we good?
Yeah, I'm good.
That's raw.
Let's roll on, everybody. So we got Nicole and Devon here, and they're playing cricket. And I thought that this was really, really cute. And it seems like they've been talking every single night. And so, Devon and cricket's kind of so-so. Devon, he gets asked a question from Nicole, what do you look for in a woman? And Devon says smart, kind, thinks more about the world than themselves. And Nicole talks about how, she would like to be in a leadership role, or she likes to get into leadership roles rather, when she feels like she can be a solution. And what I really liked about this, sometimes the date is not even about what you doing. It is just a conduit for a space to be opened up. Let me say that 2 more times, because that was a word right there. Listen, sometimes the day is not even about what you do. It's just a conduit for a space to open up. Sometimes when you go on a date, it's not about what you're doing. Sometimes it's about that being a conduit for a space to open up. I mean, it looks like Devon. Listen, I do the best I can, my good sister, indeed. But now I really do feel like Devon definitely will find somebody out of this process. And it seems like Nicole is more of a relational energy to Devon, maybe more than Dominique, because Dominique is a lot. And nobody complain either, Dominique. Keep being you, because listen, you can be the Maleficent Dom anytime, and you know what? That's neither here nor there. That'll be on Red Love BDSM edition. Moving on. But anyway, like I was saying, I think Nicole's energy, my damn mouth, shut up, Braylon. I feel like Nicole's energy is more relational to Devon, because it seemed like there was more of a natural flow there. And with Dominique, it feels like you have to match your energy. But also, too, I think that's just Dominique's persona. But as we've been able to see in this episode, Dominique is really a homegirl. She just carries her energy, walks with her, rather. So what did y'all think about this conversation between Nicole and Devon?
I like them together. You know what I mean? They was, just having a good time. I believe that were those the two that had a geeky conversation at one time.
No, I think that was Channon.
That was, yeah, Channon and Devon.
Because if you remember, we had Gigi virtually live from Euro Studios Hollywood saying to Devon, "You shall not pass."
Okay, but yeah, okay. Well, her.
I say that all with love, Gigi. You really went off on him so damn bad. Go ahead. Real bad. But because of the type of woman she is, she says she's always been forced in leadership roles. So she's a natural leader. So one thing about it is she doesn't need validation from anybody. Correct.
What she wants is love. You know what I'm saying? Now, because Dominique is who she is, and she's known, and she seems like a very popular person on the show. Hopefully Devon's not seeking validation from her just because of, he's himself. You know what I'm saying? He don't seem like he's in the mix. You know what I mean? He would have just seemed like he stood himself. He liked what he liked. You know what I'm saying? He is who he is. So I hope he doesn't seeking validation from Dominique because of, who she is. because it don't seem like she really interested as far as a physical connection. They might have a mental connection or something along that. I just hope that he's viewing her as not as an idea or I would like to have that, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Instead of, we should be together, So I mean, just a thought.
Absolutely.
I like his confidence. I want to say Devon is very confident, especially even like with the way that he is with Dominique. Like, because I mean, if we look, it kind of seems like she's out of his league.
Exactly.
So, but with him, especially like the way he addressed it, like, hey, I want you. Like, he just let it be known flat out.
Right.
That I feel like is a good thing, having confidence. But also, sometimes that confidence can be misplaced. Okay. Now, I'm not saying, that that's what it is, that Dominique doesn't like him or anything like that. But I just feel like, honestly, I feel like Nicole is more on his level. I do feel like they are more aesthetically pleasing together. Like, they do seem like they would mesh well. Their conversations would flow easier. I feel like it would be more of a natural love connection and relationship that would grow. Like, I could see, like, honestly, I even like the fact that he's taller than her. She's so short and just looks so cute. Like, them right there together, it just looks so cute. Like, I could see something growing from there compared to him and Dominique.
I can fully agree with that. Absolutely. Absolutely, I can fully agree with that.
But another thing about it, this particular date, there wasn't nothing really there. You know what I mean? We just seemed like they look good together. There wasn't really no meat in this conversation. You know what I'm saying? I don't really feel like that. I just feel like they enjoy each other's time, and possibly, hopefully, they'll strike a stronger connection. But it don't sound like it was too much there.
Well, I mean, I'm sure they were probably there for at least maybe an hour, 90 minutes, at least an hour, 30 minutes. So there may have been more that we just didn't see, but I do believe that there is something tangible there because there was a lot more touch and agreement. I'll put it like this: there was more of a touch and agreement than Christina.
And her excitement,
way more.
Nicole's excitement for Devon was kind of the same as Dominique's for Bello. Like, you can see, like, she, was naturally excited to see him. She was definitely, she's been waiting to, you know what I'm saying? Like, you could tell this was something she's been looking forward to.
Especially the one-on-one date, too.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a one-on-one. It wasn't with the whole, with different people. And she even went outside of her comfort zone and did something that she hasn't done before to do something with him together.
Correct.
Which I thought that was cute because at first I thought she's, was a cricket player the way they were saying it. At first I was like, oh, well, maybe this is her thing. This is what she likes to do. And she's like, oh, this is way harder than I thought. I was like, oh, wait, she's not done this before. But I thought that was just so cute for her to be so vulnerable and like, listen, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna make mistakes and we're just gonna keep going on. But ever since, just like you said, ever since that day when they were skating, she's had that comfortability where she's like, she wants to do stuff like that. So I like them two together. I look forward to them being together and I really hope that they do work out.
Absolutely. No, for sure. Now, Devon's geek buddy, geek buddy is in the eye of the beholder. I do believe there could be some with Channon and Devon. I'm just messing with Gigi from last week. That was fucking hilarious. But Channon has invited over some people to her place Ed, Donna, Darius, and Xavier, and Channon wants everybody to bring something meaningful. And I will just say this to Channon. I definitely see what Ed is saying by, Michelle Obama, Claire Huxtable energy, because she really does come off as who she is who she is. You can even tell right here on the wall, like she really is about being about her business, but she has a soul to care. And as we all know, it's one thing to have the soul to care about your job, but it's another thing when you have that personal soul to care for yourself. So I wanted to give Channon her credit on that for sure. Now everybody brought something. Now Channon, this dilation wheel, because she's a OGBYN. She's a nurse for children coming into the world, and so this dilation circle tells you how dilated the woman is in pregnancy. So bringing a piece of her job to the group, and Ed said, and I quote, "Lord Jesus, I just want to make sure you're dilated." And I'm just like, Ed, like, come on, like, and as I was watching this, I'm just like, this would be a joke I would make on my show, but I really wouldn't do it in real life because that she was being vulnerable in that, like, if you haven't seen the mortality and the maternity and morality rates, it will piss you off. But I just felt like, could you have a little bit of decorum? Like, she's actually bringing something of her job. You know what I mean? Just a little bit. But then Xavier brought a rose that his grandmother gave to him as she passed away. Before she passed away, Donna, we got to see some humanity from her. She had some pom-poms. And that's not she doesn't have any humanity in her, but she is a mathematician. But it was nice to kind of see her in a different light. And then Ed had a brother who, was deployed overseas, but he did not come back. He passed away. And then Darius, who, my Lord, you got me.
Those pictures are there.
Say again?
I'm saying those slides could be there. Should be there. I didn't get the one of Xavier except for him crying, which I thought was, I felt like Shannon's date brought out the emotions with everybody, but go ahead.
Yeah. No, you're good, beautiful. So here's Xavier. Thank you, gorgeous, for that, as always, being the good people that you are. Here's Donna with her pom-poms here. Then here's Ed with that looks like I thought that looked like a Buddha at first to me, but I just didn't know for sure. And then Darius right here. Now this story, brother, you almost had me crying, because this was an outfit for his firstborn daughter, and his mom used to make outfits, and so she passed away, and Darius almost got choked up. And I will just say this. I think sometimes we forget, just because somebody made it doesn't mean they don't forget their struggle. And I can appreciate what Donna said of, I didn't have Darius all the way together, right? Because y'all remember when she said what she said. But I appreciate that Donna was able to take a step back as the mathematician and be Donna the soul of, oh, wait a minute. Hang on, wait a minute. Let me see. Oh my God, wait a minute. Darius times this outfit could mean there could be something more here. And then, of course, actually, let me stop it there, because then we'll talk about Xavier and Donna, what they talked about. I want to take some love, grace, and space for this conversation, because like you said so articulately, Gigi, Channon, stunner of a stunner, really, bringing some emotionality through the power of humanity in this group date.
Hey, shoot, baby. Shoot.
That part.
What's my man name who said something about it being dilated? What's his name? Ed. You see where he got him? Ed was on the couch holding a hand. You know what I'm saying? So shoot your shot, baby.
he was. I was just like, "Damn," she really was trying to be vulnerable with her job,
Yeah.
like y'all know I say a lot of shit out my mouth, right? And not actual shit, but shooting the breeze, da 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 da. But even with me, like, I always try to make sure I have that emotional compass of like, okay, wait a minute, the joke is there, but come on now, just a little bit. But you're all right. It did work out later on. It was just the emotion. I think the emotionality was so real that I think I just felt like that should have been with a little more respect. But that doesn't make him a bad person. Now, that's just my mental and emotional. But
Yeah, I think it was a really good date. Just the fact, like I said, she brought out a lot of emotions from everyone, especially doing, giving us that personal touch, because that is a way to really break the ice and get to know someone is kind of, touch them at their weakest point or touch their heart, something that really means something to them. Once you find that out, it's kind of easier to open up about, tougher things like that. And I feel like it was very meaningful. And like he said, Ed shot, he took his shot, he hit, and he was on that couch holding hands the rest of the night.
yeah.
He was smiling and laughing and making plans. Now he knows that if he needs to, he can check her if she dilates. He knows how to properly. Okay. So. But yeah, I think this was definitely one of the best dates that they had this episode. Yeah, Ed's sculpture piece was definitely, or his porcelain piece was definitely meaningful, especially losing someone. The story behind it being something that was given to him, and then the person went on deployment, and a couple weeks later, died.
Right.
That's very tragic. Rest in peace to, this fallen soldier. Even with Xavier. Xavier had a rose that was in a box from his grandmother. His grandmother had passed away. And then, you had, what's his name? I don't know why I keep missing his name. The other one.
I'm trying to think. Darius,
yes. Then, Darius with the dress that his mother made and his mother passed. Being able to, and it's sad that it was, these three young men who, went through that. But yeah, just having that openness and that vulnerability during a time like that, I felt like that was a great date. And I feel like it set the tone for the rest of the night. Now, what you did with that energy and that opportunity is completely up to you. And as we see, some people fumbled and some people were fiddling. So we see who did it right and who did it wrong.
Not GG and Q saying we love an educated black man over here. Right? He was trying to learn the different phases of dilation for educational purposes, for a more powerful experience later on down the line, where you can be a resource, Braylon. There was more to it.
Everybody like a little dilation every now and then, you know what I'm saying? Everybody enjoy a little dilation, Hey, I like the date though, man. It was a great date. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. First time I really seen this on Ready to Love. As to the fact of everybody really being vulnerable, saying, bringing a piece of artifact and what it means to them. It's a great conversation piece. So I really feel like she did a good job just getting people to open up. And so people can see a little bit of her, and so she can see a little bit of people as well. And it made sense about Darius because he's a very flamboyant dresser. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So you got understanding to why he's the way he is, why he dresses the way he dresses. You know what I'm saying? He's it's an expression. You know what I'm saying? It really is an expression, and it's a part of his culture almost, because something his mother loved, something he picked up. So That was dope to hear his, hear why. And for Donna to sit there and recognize that and be like, you know what? I could have got this guy wrong. You know what I mean? And a lot of times we don't get that opportunity in dating because it's almost a one and done. You know what I'm saying? You don't get it right the first time, you might don't get a second time. And then for you to come and highlight the man about, you barely don't even know him, but you don't form an opinion about him. You know what I'm saying? So next time you're gonna learn how to put your foot in your mouth so early. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I thoroughly enjoyed this part here. Especially about the guy talking about they didn't have somebody come back after a deployment. And that was dope to hear, you know what I mean, why people hold different things close to their heart. So I mean, it was bad. Man, I'm trying to tell you, man, like, these are moments that people actually grow from, you know what I'm saying? And I really feel like in this setting, you know what I mean, connections are happening, you know what I mean? So man, I'm not being, man, I'm rocking with it.
Absolutely. And we can all be grateful it wasn't a one and Donna. See what I did there. See the there.
Good one.
Exactly.
Speaking of Donna,
exactly.
that is how you transition, ladies and gentlemen. As a host, I'm being facetious when I say that, but it really was there. So, and thank you both for the love. I appreciate y'all. So, Xavier and Donna, and really, you could call this, like, I know I joked about, but this really could be a one and Donna for real, because this conversation here with Donna and Xavier was just that. So Donna asked Xavier, do you feel that being in this process, is helping you in any way? Are you, changing? Are you, reflecting on some things? And he was like, basically, no. And, honestly, to tell you the truth, I feel like that was Donna being human. That wasn't her being in her mathematician mind. That was Donna the soul. Because, this process is a very rushed process, where you have to, do things outside of your space of comfortability, more than you would do in real life. But it does feel that there has been some reservation energy with Xavier. I'm not going to blame him for that, because to go from anonymity to publicity, on national television when you've never been on national TV before, it's a very daunting space to be in, and we always get a very daunting mindset to try to have that you. It's a daunting mindset to have when you have never had the conditions to be in a mindset like that. So we do give love, grace, and space for that. But what did y'all think of this conversation? Because I felt like Donna was trying to. And I don't think it was for emotional connection. I think this was just a mental check-in of like, where are you in the process?
Yeah, that's what it seemed like. It was more so just like a check-in. This is one of those, since we're sitting this close at the table, we might as well just talk real quick. So how you doing? You doing all right? Okay, that's good. But yeah, I don't feel like she was doing this in a sense of trying to get to know him on a romantic level. It was just more so seeing where he's at in this process, and that's why she asked what he did. But honestly, I'm not going to say that he wasn't here for the process, but maybe this process just wasn't for him, which is why he ended up being eliminated. But, especially if coming into this, if you feel like you have all the time in the world to just take it slow and do your normal, you don't. And that's what hurts people a lot, is like the fact of, I understand in regular relationship, you want to take it slow. And this process does not mean that right after the show, you're getting married. You can still take the process slow, but it's taking the process or moving quickly in the process of finding someone you're interested in enough to get to know them after the show, to want to take things further, whether it's taking it slowly or taking it fast afterwards. But the process during the show is faster. So, but also for him to just be like, basically this process hasn't made him change anything. It doesn't make him feel like he wants to change anything. It's almost like, well, yeah, what are you here for?
Right.
But yeah, I totally agree. Donna, I feel like this conversation was just basically a mental check-in, kind of see where you're at in the process and keep it moving. This was camera time. This was just a slot fill. That's what it was. They needed some camera time. They needed some, some shots. That's what it was.
Yeah, they were just really showing why he about to get eliminated. You know what I'm saying? That was the only thing I really seen was why he was about to get eliminated. Cause he really not there for the process. You know what I mean? The process got to be aggressive. They saying you don't have nobody's phone number. What are you there for? You ain't got nobody at the 2 mixes and this, and you ain't got nobody's phone number. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, what are you there for? I mean, you're not ready to love, at least for this process. Not saying you're not ready. He's not even ready for the process. He's not ready to love. He's not ready for the process to love. You know what I mean? When you sit there and say my time is like this and my time is like that. So what's more important to you? I mean, are you not present in the moment? Or, you just here to, like Gigi was saying, you got to be very swift in this process. And it just didn't click for him. It just didn't click for him.
Right. Thank you for that, brother, as always. Mo, Perspective, welcome in. Glad to have you here. He was trying something new, but wasn't able to adjust quickly. Yeah, we agree with that. And you say also, too, our stream is going in and out a lot. I'm hearing Q and GG just fine, so it might be on your end. Let me see something real quick. Hang on. Yeah, I just turned up our vertical stream and I'm hearing Q just fine, so maybe it might be on your end, but thank you for being here, and I'm glad to have you here. So please feel free to keep commenting in the chat. But yeah, we just talked about that, Mo. Perspective, we definitely agreed that he wasn't able to adjust quickly. You know what I mean? It was funny because I have this other platform called the Onyx Collab that I do weeknights, 10/9 Central, only on Clubhouse. And one of my virtual friends, her name is Crystal, and she loves the Bachelorette franchise, Bachelor in Paradise. And there's this club called Rose Noir, great platform. And she said to me that, Bray, if you were the Bachelor, like, it would be easy for you because you would know the game. Here's the thing I would say to that, right? Here's the thing that I would say to that. It is one thing to know of the game. It's another thing to play in the game. I'm going to say that 2 more times. It is one thing to know of the game. It's another thing to play in the game. It is one thing to know of the game. It's another thing to play in the game.
That's why you got coach and you got players.
Exactly right. Because you would think, with me knowing the media knowledge, I know that I would do really good on Ready to Love. But how my family and friends receive me, and how you guys on YouTube receive me, might show up differently on TV. But that's because it's easy to, know the game when you can see how the game is being played. And you can control your circumstances by how you seeing it rather than being in the game.
Yeah, that's definitely so true. And of course, this is, definitely could be a new process, but still in this process, you have to be able to adjust. and it doesn't seem like he was willing to either, and not necessarily adjust or adjust quick enough, I guess. Especially after being already put in the bot.
Right.
You know, like that should have been the sense to say, okay, let me change up. But for you to say after being questioned, like, hey, in this process, has this made you want to change anything with the way that you're dating or going through this process, and you just say no, you haven't learned anything. You have.
Absolutely.
At this point, it's choice. This is a choice being made to not change for the process.
That part, absolutely. Mo perspective is saying this guy didn't even get phone numbers though. What was that about? Yeah, we talked about that as well. Getting numbers since day one. Don't need game for that. LOL. True and untrue, I would say, because sometimes just because you make the approach doesn't mean they're gonna give the number. So I do believe it is some game, but I do get what you mean by that Mo perspective of if you can't just do the basics of creating the circumstances for a potential connection, then what makes you think somebody's going to invest in you to create a foundation? You know what I mean? So I totally feel you on that Mo perspective. So with that being said, we get to Q's classmate, Ed, say these hands are not just for fighting, but they're for protecting. You understand?
My dog. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm about giving massages too. And listen, massaging can lead to dilating. You understand, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, yes, indeed. Yes, that just came out my mouth on live right now. Yes, indeed it did. But with that being said, listen, this Q fault. We're getting on the dilation part. I'm just rhyming and shit.
Hey, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? This was a great date. I like this conversation. I feel like Ed's into her, and she's also into Ed as well. You know what I'm saying? So, and you can also see when he had another date later on in the show, it wasn't as smooth as this one, you know?
No. And not to mention, too, to add to your point, when Channon said, I'm trying to make this a one-on-one date now, I'm like, oh.
She picked,
okay, the Nala look in the jungle when Simba got fully grown to be a lion look. Okay.
All right.
Not the Pinja. Pinja again.
Listen, God, if you can send me the right BBW woman that can give that Nala look to Braylon Lee, I would certainly appreciate it. You know, Christmas is coming up. Just want to put that request in because to Santa, characters of the world that bring goodness, holisticness, and joy. But go ahead. I'm sorry, I just had.
I really wish a lot of women would understand what really just happened in this conversation. She said, I'm trying to make this a one-on-one thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
She dropped the banana. You know what I'm saying? She dropped it. She dropped the mango. You know what I'm saying? And guess what my man did? He picked the fruit up. I got it. You done gave me everything I need to know. You done gave me everything I need to know. Now it's up for me to pursue you. Because guess what? You done gave me the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, a lot of women, y'all gotta go ahead and start dropping that fruit. Drop that fruit. You know what I mean? And trust me, a man gonna pick it right on up. I'm telling you.
Just don't put the grapefruit on the cream stick, okay? Because that might be a donut that might not turn out right in the making process, ladies and gentlemen. Because juice can sting, ladies and gentlemen. But that's neither here nor there. Both perspectives.
You feel me? You know what I'm saying? He grabbed that hand quick, like, oh, I know what you're talking about. I got you.
That part.
Hey, I got you. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, Man, that's a man being a man right there. Like, oh,
Yes,
you told me
indeed.
what I need to hear. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Sure, yeah,
Absolutely.
okay, I got you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Mo perspective says, maybe he was scared of getting turned down. True, but I feel like that's more.
Hey, ain't we all?
Yeah,
Ain't
no.
nobody.
And honestly, to tell you the truth, in Mo perspective, I have this statement that I live by. Everybody gets rejected, but eventually everybody gets accepted. And the gag with that is where you get rejected from is where you want it to be, and where you get accepted to is where you need it to be. Now, it's easier said than done to have that perspective. You know, when you keep trying to, give your best energy, is not being reciprocated. That's easier said than done to have that perspective. But if that is your foundation, then you're able to move about your mindset a lot easier until that mindset comes into the physical realm. BBW, more cushion for the pushing. Listen, cinnamon rolls are thick for a reason. Even the cinnamons from Burger King got some thickness to them. Hell.
You know. And like my boy Ed, shoot. You know what I'm saying? She passed Ed the ball. Get what he did? He starts shooting. Boy, I'm trying to tell you.
Well, he hasn't shot yet, because in order for dilation to happen, you do have to shoot and dunk it in the hole. But we get you, Q.
Hey, he dribbling it now. I'm trying to tell you, he dribbling it. He dribbling that basketball now. I'm trying to say she gave it to him. He getting ready for the layup. You know what I'm saying? He getting ready now. But I just really like this interaction. You know what I'm saying? I like the interaction. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can tell he's into her and she's into him. You know what I'm saying? How highly he spoke of her. It ain't too many women you gonna say that remind you of Michelle Obama, or it ain't too many women you gonna say that about. But this man was like, had high praise for her. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, I mean, I can see something materializing because of the value. He valued this woman.
Absolutely, for sure. So as we roll on, we have this double date with Cardi, Enchante, Vince, and Lauren. And can somebody tell me why this looks like a sitcom scene of the couple that don't know what to do looking at the couple that knows what they're doing? I mean, if this was a meme, did you know that there was a test today? No, I didn't know there was a test today. Okay, let's just stare at them and see what they're doing, and then we'll just copy their answers for that. Like, that's why I felt like this was. So, and shout out to this chef right here, because she just had great energy as an instructor. So shout out to that sister. They didn't show her name, but shout out to that sister. So Enchante had a cooking class. It was Lauren, Vincent, and Cardi. And one of the things you have to do is say, when you're cutting the knife, you gotta say sharp. And I gotta give it to Gigi, because Emily, who was eliminated, said that Vince was agitating this, that, and the third. And I said, well, we don't know what really agitated Emily, but I gotta give it to Gigi because she called it about Vince, because Lauren was like, this is driving me crazy if he says it one more time. And with that being said, Cardi and Lauren talk. And, Lauren says that she's never lost as a mom, that, you're so involved in your kids that you don't have your own life. Or in the words of Beyonce, a wife has a life. So I do like the fact that, Lauren does prioritize herself as a mom. But she prioritizes herself as Lauren so she could be the best mom. So shout out to that. Cardi has 60 hours down on the way to get his pilot license. I don't think we ever had a pilot flown in the middle of a Ready to Love season. So that would be cool, to see that happen. And then, of course, Enchante and Vincent talk. And then there's some lost in translation about the communication of what a woman should do in a relationship with Vince. And it was basically of, if she wants to be a stay-at-home mom, sure. And if I'm providing the lifestyle, she likes what we have, sure. But then if she wants more, either she needs to contribute to me or she needs to go out and, make, the same amount of money. And combative energy was brought by Enchante, which, by the way, shout out to Jessica and Kebab Coffee. We came up with that here. You're welcome, Jessica. And it was basically the job situation. Now, I will just say this. Here's how I feel about it when it comes to the standard, right? When people say, why do men cook? Why do men clean? That's what women do. I'm sorry. Every man and woman should be able to do that shit. That's not a woman skill. That is a human skill. That's the first thing. The second thing is this. One of my friends, I think I said this example to y'all before. One of my friends said, hey, Bray, if your wife is in the media industry, right? And she gets a $20 million deal, would you be upset by that? I said to y'all, let me just say this. If I get a $20 million contract from ABC and my wife gets a $20 million contract from ABC, how much is that? And I said to my friends, y'all, that's $40 million. Why in the flying fuck would I be upset about $40 million coming into our household? And the third thing, if you have the mindset to be about domination rather than being about taking care of the foundation, then you're shit to me. Because at the beginning of the day, submission only happens based on the consistency and the tenacity of you giving a damn about how you take care in the domination of the responsibilities you are taking care of. But hey, that's just me. Y'all can go at it.
I mean, I like the date. I thought it was dope. Vincent, you see another side of him. He can seem a little immature at times. Let's say doesn't read the room that well. But I feel like he's still a solid candidate. He's gonna have bumps in the road. And Cardi was, I like to see him being vulnerable. This is what I'm trying to do. I'm short here. What some other things that make you, or that you would like to do as well. And the conversation that they had was real healthy. So I like the idea of the cooking show. You know what I'm saying? Of the cooking classes. Yes. You really don't see that too much. I haven't really seen that date a lot in the Ready to Love world. So old girl was showing him how to use a knife, and that's something tangible he'll be able to use years and years down the road. So that was cool to see.
Gigi, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I think this part of the date was definitely good. I love to cook, and for me, cooking is very intimate. So whenever you can get into a space like that and you're able to cook with someone and be in close encounter, or just like in this instance, like, Ashanti and Cardi, him being able to take pointers from her about, the knife etiquette and technique and things like that, and he'd then be able to laugh and have fun with it. It showed a lot, what I'm saying? It helped with their conversation, helped open her up, because, before she kind of even seemed a little standoffish, a little cold and distant, but I feel like this kind of opened her up a little bit, because she was more in her element in the place where she likes to be. When it comes to Vincent, though, he's annoying as fuck. Like, everything he was doing was just annoying. There was no reason for it. Like, just like with the whole knife thing, and you just kept saying sharp.
Sharp.
Right. Yeah. No, I would have had to say something, because that right there, I feel like that's childish. Yeah, she said every time you grab a knife, you say sharp. Okay. That does not mean every time you lift it up off of the cutting board that you say sharp. That's not what that meant.
Sharp.
Right. And it's like, I don't know. And y'all, please, I was having this conversation earlier with my husband, and y'all could judge me how you want to. I don't give a fuck. But we were talking about like people being on the spectrum, okay? I know that I am. I don't give a fuck. He says I have Asperger's because I have no fucking filter, and sometimes shit that like some social cues that some people have, I just might not have. And to me, I feel like it's just honesty. I'm just an honest person. He's like, no, that shit's not normal sometimes, okay? You gotta watch that shit. And I'm like, oh, well, oops. I don't see nothing wrong with it, but he does. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe, just maybe, Vince is there, okay? Maybe there's something else that we just don't understand. Because it's something that is off about his ass that is just so fucking annoying that it just makes you... I was ready for somebody to just kick him out. Just go.
That's Gigi
like,
being kind.
This really is me being kind. Like, seriously, because it's like, even in conversation, the conversations that he was having wasn't really with substance. Now, okay, let me take that back. I ain't gonna say it wasn't with substance, because him talking about, like, you know, him financially taking care of his woman, I completely understand that, okay? I agree with him 100%. Hey, if she's okay with him making $150,000 and, you know, she feels like he can take care of her fully with that, and he wants to take care of her, and she doesn't want to do anything but be a stay-at-home wife, and that is what has been agreed upon, great. If she decides, hey, this isn't enough, you need to make more money because she doesn't want to work, okay, well, you need to do something to help input, whether it's resources or input that good loving to make him want to go to work and put in more hours, input, you know, that emotional attachment, input that positivity, whatever it is that is going to help him make more money, or the money that you are wanting, make sure you do that. Or, as he said, go out, get a job to help fund that and add to that amount of money. Correct. I completely understand that. Why can't he just be that kind of person and kind of talk normally like that? You know what I'm saying? Even though the way he kind of came about it when talking to Ashanti and correcting the situation kind of seemed a little off, but what he was saying made sense, though. It really did. And to anybody who isn't a freeloader and doesn't just want shit handed to him, he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. And most women understand that. And most women will get there, like, oh, makes a lot of sense. But when it's coming from a person who's annoying as fuck already, who you already can't stand, who has already pushed your buttons, it doesn't matter if they said the most intelligent shit possible and spoke the truth, okay? They just turned water into wine in front of you, and you like, I thought Jesus could only do that. And they was like, well, Jesus told me. And you like, and he's like, watch, I'm gonna do it again. You like, wait a minute, okay, I can see you did that. That's great. I still don't like you, so fuck you. I don't care. You know what? I stopped drinking yesterday anyway. Bitch, no, you didn't. You just had a drink earlier. Whatever. But you get the point.
100%. Nothing that you can do.
So it's the messenger. It doesn't matter what message is given. If the messenger is not received, the message is not received. So I feel like that's how it was.
You know, to your point, Gigi, I fully agree with you. It's almost like that Whitney Houston interview that she had with Oprah Winfrey when, you know, when Whitney Houston talked about how her and Bobby was at the house, and Whitney did this laugh like, and just had this blank stare. That's immediately what I thought of. And also, too, listen, I have autism, for those of you who do not know. There are plenty of amazing geniuses that have autism. I believe there's a different version of this word Asperger's because of the history behind it. But I will say this with you, Gigi. There are just some people who are just who they are, disability or not. Okay, Joan Rivers was blunt on fashion police, and she gave no damn tucks or ish. If your shit look right, it look right. If it look wrong, it look wrong. But I do believe that everybody has a soulful compass, some more than others sometimes. But I do agree with you that sometimes it's not just what you say, it's how you say it. You know what I mean? So I fully agree with you on that perspective. And with Cardi, I did feel that, there are some layers there. And honestly, this humanized Ashante very well. And like you said, sometimes it just takes the right person to bring it out of you. So Mo Perspective said 100 emojis 3 times. So I think for what I was saying about why I hate on somebody when y'all are both winning, I think. Mo Perspective also says Vincent's tone is going to get him in trouble. The playback speed was on 1.25. That's why I was breaking up on your end. All good. Thank you, Gigi. 3 hand claps to you. Bingo. A broken clock is right twice a day. And then finally, did y'all notice when he kept touching her shoulder that she wanted a quick massage, but he pulled back? Was that to keep her wanting more? I don't think it was wanting more. I think it was just probably the fact that it was a group date. You know what I mean? Because what I'll do on a group date is not gonna be the same thing when I do one-on-one. But then again, that's just me. But yeah, I thought this was really good. I thought this was really, really good. I feel like Vince does have a good, somewhat headspace about himself. He just has to breathe. Because even I miss social cues, but 10 times out of 10, because I have that mechanism to be still for at least a good long minute. And I don't think Vince has that. I don't think he's found that mechanism yet to be still.
Yeah, I think that and I'm just trying to help him out and come up with so many. There's so many different reasons why this could be nerves. Could just be him.
But you got
we
some
can only
people...
go by what you give us, and
exactly
what we've been given so far has only pointed to the fact that you are not quite good in social circles or settings, and maybe I just don't know how his dating pool has been. I really I want somebody to truly ask him the questions like, I mean, has he ever been married? Do we know this? Has he been married? What was his longest relationship? I mean, I know he's got kids, but that could have been a one-night stand thing that happened. We don't know.
I believe he said he was married in a conversation with Emily. I believe so.
Okay.
Wrong, but I believe it was said in passing, I believe. But then again, I don't know.
And I wonder, what kind of women does he like? Because I don't know. I'm not quite seeing him fitting in with the women that are there.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
So, I mean, yeah, we'll have to see. I'm really surprised that he stayed. Honestly, I would have picked mayo over chicken compared to him at this point.
Well, listen, it's been a minute. Hello, everyone. Hi. Now,
hey, Maurice, I thought you was going to come in when you seen your cousin on the screen, but you didn't.
Well, Gigi, listen. I come when I want. I'm sorry. I meant COME. I'm sorry. I know that you guys were talking about dilation earlier, and thing, and mayo can become, so that's neither here nor there. But hello, everyone. I thought that this was a great day. Of course, me and Sharice, we cook. Actually, we had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I hope everyone did. And Gigi, you'll be very surprised to know I got a Popeyes Cajun turkey this year. It was very delicious. I was quite surprised by the spicetivity of the turkey. I was quite pleasantly surprised. And of course, we had Honey Baked Ham, and Sharice was the peach cobbler.
I heard them Popeye turkeys are dry. So how would you really know? How do you know good turkey if you don't like Popeyes, Maurice?
Wait, say that again.
I said I heard them Popeyes turkeys be dry. Some people say they're good now, but some people say they're real dry. So you got a good one. Would you say you got a good one?
I got a very good one. You know, I gave my name in advance, you know, because I do have some actual credibility, unlike you, Gigi. I still love you with the love of God, but I'm a little bit
tasty,
more
Maurice? Was it tasty?
Yes, it was very tasty. Yes, it was. And Gigi knows I love her, but I am a little bit more famous than Gigi. Just by a little bit, you know, just a smidge, you know, just a smidge.
Definitely not, Maurice. Anyone who thinks that mayo is a seasoning could not be more famous than me.
Well, I mean, there is spicy mayo. There are mayo varieties.
And it's still considered a condiment, not a seasoning.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and go. Sharice is calling, and by the way, Sharice loves the three of you and Solana as well. You know, she sometimes has your mindset, Gigi, when it comes to me popping up on your shows. Sometimes she feels like I do too much, you know. So that should bring you some comfort. I'm still going to do what I want to do, and she respects me with that. I just wish both of you could do a little bit better. Q, always good to hear from you, brother. You're definitely holding it down. And of course, Braylon is my man. But no, I know I joke.
We still love you, Maurice, and you're always welcome on the show anytime.
Yes. One thing, man, you always gonna have in common. Yeah. We love catfish. We love catfish.
Damn straight, motherfucker. Damn straight. You know, I know I joke about the four of you, but sincerely, you are some of the most kindest, down to earth, and very knowledgeable people, because you really don't just talk about love, grace, and space. You give it, and that is including Gigi as well. I know that's probably a shock for her to think that I could say something kind, but I can be surprising sometimes. You know, I can have a little more spice than mayo. You know, can we at least upgrade me to a better condiment, even for this moment? And then, you know, right after you can go drop me back to mayo. But can we find a better condiment for this, you know, nice moment we're having now?
You know what? I think you should just go ahead and go get some of Auntie Sharice's hot peach cobbler. Go ahead and
wow.
You know.
Well, you see, I do try to bring peace sometimes. I do. All right. Love you all and talk soon. All right. Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was the interaction, wasn't it? Yes, indeed it was. Thank you, Maurice, for stopping by the show. Gigi said, I'm picking the bear over Vincent. Child, listen. So for those of you who don't know, there's a situation in Q. I'm sure you probably heard of it. It was this, I don't know if it was viral video or whatever the hell. And Jaguar _actual welcome in. Glad to have you here as well. But basically, it was, 100 women got asked, would you go with a man or would you go with a bear? And basically, it's like, well, at least I know what the bear is going to do. It'll attack me. While a man, he has more variables to do whatever he wants to be. So basically, when Mo Perspective said, Gigi said, I'm picking the bear over Vincent, I think that's what she was meaning. That was hilarious. Hello, all. I'm new to the channel. Well, welcome in. We always love new people and glad to have you here. Hopefully you are enjoying yourself here with myself and Q and Gigi. Vince made a logical point regarding money. His issue is he is leading with comedy, which isn't working, so he becomes frustrated and aggressive. I think that's a very act down the line perspective there that you just gave. So
and hello to you, Jaguar Actual. Thank you for being here.
Absolutely. As a man, you have to walk a fine line. Women want a man who can make them laugh, but if you lean in too much, they see you as a clown and a jester. That is very true. That's very true. I think it goes to a statement that I've said to y'all before. Boys and girls want spontaneity. Men and women want security. is not that men and women don't want you to be spontaneous. They just want to see that you can handle your shit. Once you're able to handle your shit, then you can be spontaneous and do whatever you want to do. But they need to see that you can handle what you need to do first.
Right. That is so true. That's why attitude and personality and showing substance is so important in this. That's why, we talked about how we have about Christina and just like, it's okay to want to have someone who is financially stable or capable. But when that is all you see and that's all you want, it's like, what else do you have? Everything else becomes obsolete. Now you're searching for more because when the money runs out, what else do you have? Or when all you have is money and you have nothing else, you're still going to lack. So you definitely got to come into this with personality, with substance, with good character, good morals, because I feel like that speaks louder than a lot of the, a lot of the finance. That's what's going to hold you. I'm not going to say finances aren't important, but what's going to truly hold you together in that relationship and what is going to create the love in that relationship is going to be that character building. It's going to be those personality quirks that you like about each other. It's going to be those the moral comparisons or those kind of connections beyond the physical and just beyond the financial. But yeah, to your point, when it comes to Vincent, I definitely would choose a bear. There's a, I think it's an old Chinese saying. It might be from other cultures, but I've heard it in Chinese sayings. But a three-legged frog is hard to find, but a two-legged man is everywhere.
Good damn.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's crazy.
Yes.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Oh my god.
That's crazy. But this is my take on Vincent. God, no, that was crazy. My take on Vincent is somebody for everybody. It really is because everybody's not going to be appealing to the masses. Everybody's not going to be perfectly in social setting. Everybody's not that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not going to be received the same. So it's possible that his person is on the show, and it's possible it's not. This person might be in Michigan. I mean, we never know. But one thing about it is the only thing you can really do is show up as your authentic self. But one thing about it, what you're not going to do is disrespect people. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? And I think the more the show goes on, hopefully he understands the consequences of his action. Because you just ain't about to call no woman a B in any type of way, and that's just gonna be what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Especially if people not feeling you as it is. You know what I mean? You just adding, fuel to the fire. You know what I mean? So hopefully he checks himself after, being where he ended up at the end of the show, and takes, the proper approach moving forward.
No, absolutely. I fully agree. No, go ahead, Gigi. Go right ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and here's another proverb for you guys. And this definitely ties to Vincent so well. Just because you're quiet, no one will think you're mute. I mean, you don't have to. Like, the shit that you be saying and doing, it's unnecessary. You can just be quiet sometimes. But yeah, that's the disres. Not only are you annoying, but then you're disrespectful. And then it's like, to me, I was very disappointed in finding out about him calling Leslie a bitch. But then, you do the, oh yeah, I wouldn't call him a bitch like that. Yeah, I shouldn't have said it because I got a daughter and that's the first thing I think about. Well, if that's the first thing you think about, then why would the bitch word even come out of your mouth in the first place?
Yep.
Bingo, bingo.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, it just didn't make no sense. So, a lot of times, a lot of shit that he says is unnecessary. A lot of stuff that he does is unnecessary. Like, I, that's why I said I would want to know his dating background to kind of get a better understanding of maybe how he is, or maybe show us a little bit more. When it gets to the point of meeting meeting friends and family, I really, really want to see the company he keeps or the people he was raised around to kind of get a better idea of who he is or kind of why he might be the way that way that he is. I just and that's only if he makes it to that point.
Right. No, for
But
sure.
yeah, I just want a better understanding because I don't want to be biased, but I'm only going off of what we've seen. And from day one, from the mixer, he was disrespectful with Dominique. He was, it just,
Oh yeah, with the tattoos. Yes. Yep.
yeah. Like I understand, you want to, things are noticeable, but when you are pushing for uncomfortability or pushing to create uncomfortable situations, like it just makes it to where it's harder for you to be around. And as far as the women of who we know are left out of the women, I don't see any of them being attracted to him physically, mentally, or emotionally. So I really can't see any other connections forming later on down the line with him and anyone else. It's very possible that it does. Very possible. I just don't see it happening. That's the thing.
No, for sure. And I just want to say this. To the waste of life that was just in the chat. If you're going to be that, if you're going to be of that energy, stay to yourself, of yourself, and by yourself. These two plus myself, of course, with our good sister Solana, we don't cap up here. Never have, never will. Okay. I talked about a whole woman who got a transportation company that, listen, me and her should have been doing things. Okay. In the Sprinter, and me sprinting through her, this, that, and the third, all around the world, ay. And it did not happen. The thing that people got to understand is, if you really wanted to cap, then you would be hoping for something to come. We've been doing this thing for over 5-6 seasons now. And whether somebody gives a damn or don't give a damn, we still are about our assignment. So please, just because you are a waste of life doesn't mean we are not useful vessels of life. Okay? Appreciate you. All right. Just wanted to just get that out. Because I'm like, who caps up here? I cap for being
good thing I didn't see the comment because I surely would have said something. And Jaguar, do I sound muffled still or
it's
well said, my brother. Well said.
Thank you, sir. Because I'm just like, we do this up here. Like yours truly is getting closer and closer to 1 million views. And Gigi has been here for some of the virtual tours that I know. Q, he's a grown man, and not to say that he doesn't support me because he does, but these two know that to get to 1 million views or to get to any views, you gotta be about all of the business or none of the business. Okay.
Do I still sound muffled, guys?
Does Gigi still sound muffled, beautiful? Mo perspective. Yeah, it sounds a bit better, but still not clear from Jaguar Actual. That's what Jaguar Actual said. You were speaking really clear, then kind of got staticky for a little bit. Let me get to Jaguar Actual's comment, then you can come back, Gigi. His Jaguar Actual says his brain is doing flips trying to figure out why the comedy isn't working. If you look at him, almost every time the camera is on him, he looks lost and confused. Gigi, you sound muffled to me for some reason. That was Jaguar Actual's comment. To use Robert Cummings' comment from the Disneyland grand opening, Vince is out there and Vince is out there trying to look for a microphone, and he's all confused. He's looking for an opening, but he's all confused. He's looking for a pulse of wait. Is anybody giving a fuck about me? And he's all confused. Gigi, try again, gorgeous, if you can. And thank you, Q, for
Does it sound any better? I just took my headphones out.
Loud and clear, gorgeous. We can hear
That sounds better.
Okay.
And thank you, Q, for the support, and thank you, Gigi, for the support too. Like I said, we welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. We are a family up here, and like you said, we don't cap, we don't play. You know what I'm saying? We are about our business and definitely do this for real. So, just like, you know, for those who don't know, I am out in Cali. I am actually a film major. Like, I do this, okay? I'm on film sets. I create film sets. I write scripts. I produce. I direct. Like, this is serious. So, us doing YouTube and, you know, being content creators, that is, like, that's real stuff. And when we talk, we give, you know, grace and space, but we're very honest as well. And we don't discriminate with what we say and who we say it to. So.
Not at all. And honestly, to tell you the truth, he better be lucky he got. I'll say this, and then you can go right ahead, Q, along to add on to Gigi in my comment. I think a lot of people, and this is just a side note, but big note. I think a lot of people really are not appreciative of somebody's evolution. Because there's an old saying in the church house of I may not be where I want to be, but thank God I'm not where I used to be. Because this was a chat that has 3-4, including Solana, very capable souls that can stand on their own, but powerful when we come together like a fist. That you got a lot of love, grace, and space in this chat. Go to somebody else's chat, act a fool, and see how your ass gets disrespectfully handled.
Right. Okay. And like you said, Braylon, you are already almost at 1 million views. You know, you have over 3,000 subscribers. So clearly this is, you know, and Q, we've been doing this for how long together now? All of us together?
We're rocking.
You know what I'm saying? So you got cred too. You don't even have to have a channel. You got cred. So, and that's just all facts.
Big facts. Big facts.
Q, did you want to say something to our comments at all, or?
Man, y'all said it all. I'm trying to tell you. You know what I mean? Y'all covered everything on that situation there. So, and one thing, how you kill a fire is you starve it with air. So what we doing? We moving on, man.
That part right there, brother. Well done to you. I wonder if it's because he's an ex-cop and he didn't want to come off as intense or thought he would be disliked from the jump, so he pushed the comedy play. You know, that could be a perspective, but in the same token, too, I think it's important to recognize that you don't. Sometimes your first thought shouldn't be your leading thought. And I know for all those people in the back that are going to say, well, Bray, you say anything and everything that comes out your mouth. I'm like, hold on a second. What did I just say? I may not be where I want to be, but thank God I'm not where I used to be. Not everything comes out my mouth. Okay?
Listen, thanks.
Shut.
Some things get swallowed up. Okay.
Hello.
Sorry.
And listen, not only does it get swallowed up, but sometimes it gets swallowed up to protect your ass because we know how lethal we could be.
Right?
Held to the low. So
I think we don't all had to bite our tongues a few times. Like, you know what? We just, like you done said, we gonna move on. We just gonna, cause
that sometimes it's not. Sometimes we don't swallow things up to protect ourselves because we know how to be professional. Sometimes we swallow things up to protect you, mentally and otherwise. Okay. Oh, my Lord.
All right.
But that could be a possibility, though. But I think it's important, like I said before, that your first thought is not your leading thought. And from the first episode, and Q and Gigi, y'all let me know, I don't think anybody's first thought was their main thought. I think everybody came into it with a sober mind. And I don't mean sober by drunk. I mean a sober mind and having a clear conscience to go into this open. Sober does not just have to mean for drinking. Okay, so just want that to be cleared up. But what do y'all think about what Jaguar_actual is saying? Could that be a possibility?
I mean, it definitely could be, but I think that's just his personality, period. Because going in, like at first, I thought, well, maybe he's nervous. Because, you know, when you're nervous, you get kind of goofy and stuff like that. So, hey, maybe he was just being goofy because he's nervous. But as you continue to go on, it gets worse. Like the attitude and expressions aren't getting better. It's kind of getting worse. So it's like if him being an ex-cop has given him this personality, I feel like if he expressed that, maybe it would give the ladies a better understanding as to why he has these outbursts or why he has this humor that nobody else finds humorous but him. Give an understanding. Give like some type of something.
Because humor can be used as a coping mechanism. So
yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
It can, yeah.
He had to laugh through the pain.
Yeah. But when nobody's understanding your humor and it's just like, okay, well, you're just being annoying. It's like, okay, enough is enough. But then also, again, if you don't have someone who's like willing to sit down with you and ask the questions of, hey, do you feel like you being this kind of way is, you know, well, I guess he's asked those questions because he did ask like, hey, is there something that you feel like I could do better or Vincent can change, which I think he did ask Ashanti this.
Right.
But it wasn't really expressed like, you know, the annoying side or the, you know, just like him kept saying sharp like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was brought up about him saying bitch which was a very important topic.
Right.
But I feel like the rest of it, like it either should be expressed by him so there's an understanding or somebody just express it to him like, hey, you being like this is just too much.
Right.
So I don't know. Still with him, I feel like that's just his personality. That's just who he is. So I don't know. To me, it's I gotta move on from him. He gives me a headache.
Q, as we try to move on quickly, so Gigi, our beloved Gigi, won't get a headache. What is your take on it? You know, I know for myself, and this always happens whenever me and my friend would go to a church. My mom would say, you know, go out there and be social. I'm like, Mom, I need to know who I'm around before I give myself. Like, I like being observant. I guess I didn't understand it at the time when I would go to churches and also be around in new environments and new people. It's not that I am not open. I am protective of my openness, right? But it's a difference between protecting your openness and being in show. But it's a difference between being protective about your openness, but showcasing your fear. You know what I mean, Q?
Yeah, most definitely. Like a lot of times you want to make sure you're received. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you kind of want to come as your authentic self. So to tell you the truth, you know, he might not be the best in social settings, but as long as he's coming off as authentic himself, it ain't for us to like, it's for them girls to like him. You know what I'm saying? So I'm pretty sure one of them girls is going to find, he's going to get a connection with one of them girls. So we thought Sahara couldn't get a connection, and she got one. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure.
Y'all made me surprised of how I agreed with y'all. And believe me, it was a definite surprise. Because for those of you who don't know Sahara, she said on national television that she buried the candle and a man on national television. And so, I thought and we thought that she was going to get nobody. But turns out Sahara has her mental together. The cogs cogging and the clock was ticking because she stood up for herself and didn't want to be played with. So I flipped, but it took a long time for that flip to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Now back over to you. I just had to give context to that. My Lord, that was crazy work.
That was wild. That was crazy work. I agree. That was wild. For her to say that on national syndicated television TV show. Ready to Love off is coming. So
child, listen, I don't know if that would make it to air queue of we got 10 men and 10 women with all mental issues trying to find love. I'm sure in the right context.
Ready to Love Asylum Edition.
What type of edition?
I said Ready to Love Asylum Edition.
That'll be good on YouTube now. That'll be a great TV show on YouTube.
I was about to say because Warner Bros. Discovery also has the DC universe. So imagine the Joker. Well, hello everyone. Welcome to Ready to Love. Now, why so serious? We are going to relax. I'm gonna blow up the set. Okay. Now you might blow yourselves up.
They ain't even worry about that. They ready to go. They ready to go.
Listen, nephew, we just joking. We really don't think that Oprah will allow the Joker onto Ready to Love Asylum Edition. That's just me being very facetious. Very, very facetious. Oh, the people I am dealing with up here, not Ready to Love Off Edition and Asylum Edition is crazy work. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you have it, you have it. In an interview, even Tommy admitted he expected Sahara to be sent home first, and she made it all the way to the end. See, even Tommy.
In this particular conversation they were having, she said it was a comment she made and he got very defensive.
Yes.
What was the comment that was made? I kind of forgot, but I know he kind of did try to stick up for himself.
That it was the comment about the money and him saying like if his woman wanted to, it was okay with him making $150,000, and he was like, no, what I said was, here, I'll tell you what I actually said if you want to listen. And she's like, oh, somebody's combative today. And I was like, oh, combative coffee. He had some.
I feel like what he was saying was it just wasn't received because he said that because he's like, you're listening to what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? But
you're not what I'm saying.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So it's ways to do it and go about saying it. You know what I mean? He just did not express it, in a way that could have been received better.
Correct.
You know what I mean? And so I feel like that's one area he's gonna have to work on, expressing himself in a way. Because he felt some kind of way, you know what I'm saying? And I felt like we always feel some kind of way if our words didn't land how we wanted them to land, and people taking them and twisting it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if somebody was twisting his words or what he said, because evidently people were having a conversation about what he said. So I guess people wasn't really agreeing with it,
right?
Or they just didn't understand where he was coming from.
Yeah.
So he did his best to break down, and I understood where he's coming from when he got done saying what he said. But sometimes people hear what they want to hear.
Yes.
All right, that's exactly what I was saying about the messenger. The message was right, and what he was saying, like, it's very understandable, but it's because it was coming from him.
Exactly.
And his previous actions have made it hard to hear anything positive that he has to say.
Right. Exactly. That would be like how. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, are you sure? Because it was going to be a very brief comment.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Because I was just going to say something very brief too to go off of what I was saying. Go ahead.
Okay, I was going to say that's like Kanye West saying, "Y'all, we all give a damn about our own people," but then it's like, bruh, you saying that, but yet you did all this. Right message, wrong messenger. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. But just what I was saying about, it being from him. So because of all the negative stuff and then, the negative thoughts that they have, that's all they're going to remember. Right. And there was something that was said earlier to me, and it was like, yo, did you know that the brain actually holds on to more of your negative memories than what it does like positive things? And at first I was like, no, but then I looked into it. I actually, was doing like more research and stuff about it. And that it really is true. Like your brain kind of holds on to trauma more than happiness or like positive things.
Somebody will be able to give a very vivid account of a negative story to the point where they are bringing tears to their eyes because they remember the detail that deeply more than a positive experience. That's not capping for nothing. That's real shit.
Yeah, and that's what it is in this situation. It's like the messenger, because of holding on to the negative stuff that he's already done, anything he says right now is not really going to hold merit. They're not really going to want to listen to it. Now, had it started off where he's had a positive vibe, they like what he said. If he said and made that comment, that same comment, in the context of them having a positive memory of him or positive thoughts about him, they would have received it completely differently.
Right. Absolutely. I am wishing the best for Vince. And you know what? Honestly, too, it may be the vacation that changes it, because how many times have we seen that vacation changes a lot of dynamics? Because on this show, sometimes it takes the right light for people to embrace your light.
Right.
Yes.
And sometimes it takes the right person to allow you to understand that your light shines brighter than what it actually does. Exactly. You might have thought that it didn't shine as bright, but it just took for somebody to just maybe change your circuits a little bit. Maybe you were just plugged up in the wrong hole, honey. But guess what? Listen, you found you a good electrician today.
Unless your name Habibi, you know? Unless your name is Habibi.
You know what? I'm not about to do this with you, Q.
Boy, I'm trying to tell you, that was a hard show there.
The right light bulb was not screwed into the right
Not
lamp.
At all. Not at all.
I'm not going to sit here in front when Treasure went off on about Habibi. I'm like, you know what? I would like a woman to fight like that for me. Just a little bit. I didn't want the energy of Treasure, but I did mind where the space was coming from, because I feel like everybody wants their person, damn, can somebody fight like that for me? Maybe not the frequency, the tonality, and the vitality of it, but just the space of, damn, you actually give a fuck about it, But that situation was crazy.
Hold on, you said Treasure. I thought it was that Tequila.
Tequila, that's what I meant to say.
Tequila.
My bad.
I'm like, wait a minute, she was not no Treasure. Let's stop that cat now. Listen here.
No, it wasn't Treasure. It was
my bad.
Tequila. It wasn't Tequila. It was
I thought her name was like Tequila. Tequila.
I knew it started with a T. Damn it! It's like your grandmother saying, "Baby, what's your name?" Come in here.
Tequila. Y'all, we all know who it is. And for those who have watched Ray Live, I think y'all know who we talking about, right?
Yes.
Tranquilizer or something.
Listen, y'all, Bray had a grandma moment. Okay, that's all it was.
Trampoline. What was her name? Shit.
Trampoline. I think it was trampoline.
Oh my god. By the way, I just a side note, I believe ever since 2020, we all have had grandma moments. Baby, what's your name is? Or what today is? Or what did you say to me that you cared about? Like, I feel like we all have had more grandma moments in the recent years than most. Okay, so listen, go easy on Bray. I knew it started with a T at least. That's better than
right.
most. Okay.
Listen, parents with more than one child, and even sometimes having one child, you'll forget their name. But when you have more than one child, names definitely are forgotten. I don't even know why we give them names, because it's like your name's not going to be yours after you have a sibling. So y'all going to get mixed up. Figure it out. You know who I'm talking to. Come here. Shit. Tired of having to say 17 names of nobody that lives in this house. Whoever is in this house, come here.
Well, you can't name them thing 1 to thing 17. I mean, you could, but just.
Listen, I'm gonna say this. I have a sibling, and she has 7 children.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 7.
Mm-hmm.
All of their names start with stuff. Okay, let's just go there.
Oh Lord.
So every stuff. So when Joe came out with that song Stutter, I would play it on repeat. Stutter.
You know what?
Bring y'all asses. Come on. Bring them. All of y'all. Let's go. You know what I'm talking about.
All this damn show we do. Oh my god. Okay, let's roll on. I cannot. We're with Ed and Ashley at the bar. I cannot. She really put the song stutter. I'm not doing this with y'all. So anyway, this damn show. Gigi, I'm trying to keep this show on track. Damn, I'm trying. Anyway,
He's in tears right now.
This is where
listen, I can't make this shit up. You gotta understand this is life. I love them all to death, but damn it.
I can imagine if me and Q and Salada was, at Gigi's house for a family reunion. Q be like, "Oh, y'all the stutters. Yeah, your auntie told me about y'all." I'm like, "Q, really? I'm gonna give me a plate of barbecue. I'm gonna let y'all."
I want to see who started the words.
So y'all must be the 7 simple stutters, huh? Y'all the 7 simple stutters.
God, no.
Listen, I'll see a new super group called the Stutter 7. You heard it here on this show. We have the Jackson 5, now the Stutter 7 could be a possibility. All right, let's get back to this damn show we do, child. So we see Ashley and Ed at this place called Parkside, and Ashley is a dog mama, so that's very important to her. And the most important thing is for their partner to know themselves, and Ed has no time limit on, marriage and this, that, and the third. And, Ed and his first wife, they co-parent very well. And Ashley says that she wants to be shown interest, right? Which, let me just say this. I feel like sometimes when it comes to relationships, in order for someone to care about you, you do need to care about them. But also, too, that's what we call communication plan. Just because I don't text you doesn't mean I'm not thinking about you. Sometimes I just need downtime just to deal with my own mental, right? But also, too, the quicker you are forgotten about, the higher probability that you won't be given a damn about, right? So I did see Ashley's point there. What did y'all think as I collect my mental brain from the laughing coma G put me in? What did y'all think of what Ashley and Ed talked about in this conversation?
It was crazy because the whole time Ashley seemed like she was trying to get Ed to like her, you know? Mm-hmm. And I feel like he has an interest, but I really don't feel like he liked her like that. You know what I'm saying? So I think Ashley's still trying to search for connections. And at the exact same time, I thought Ashley doesn't have any kids too. So I'm not exactly sure she's trying to force a connection with Ed. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't really see a connection there. I didn't really see a connection there, you know. So Ashley might be trying to find a connection, but I don't really see a connection there, you know what I'm saying, at all. It was weird. I didn't understand why they even showed this date. It just didn't make any sense.
You know what? I can see exactly where you're coming from with that. And I was actually on the fence. First, let me just say, I want to just say that some of the conversations, majority of the conversations, especially with the people who are actually trying to make connections and trying to build on something, you can tell in their conversations. And those are the ones that are meaningful. I feel like we've had a lot more meaningful conversations when it comes to dating so far this season than what we've seen in the previous season. So I'm really enjoying that. But to your point, Q, and since you brought it up, I can actually see that. Like where it could have been where maybe she was, I feel like she was just trying to naturally like give herself, maybe not just so necessarily give herself to Ed, but she's trying to give herself and say like, hey, this is what I'm wanting and I'm willing to accept and do. But again, I do agree that I don't think Ed is that interested. So even her giving herself in that conversation, I'm not going to say it was pointless, but it might not yield a relationship with Ed. But at least she's vulnerable enough and she's open enough to be able to express herself and have deep conversations and conversations that mean something instead of just being guarded and you know, withdrawn. So I can appreciate that part of it, but I don't see the true attraction between them two yet. Does not mean it can't happen later, but from this date, it was more so like a friend date. Like this is like honestly, this was more like a consultation meetup. You know what I'm saying? She's a personal trainer. This would be like, okay, so you want to be a new client? Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and get some things.
Consultation meetup is crazy.
So listen. So as I pull up my tablet,
is wild.
I see.
Wow.
So as I pull up my tablet.
Wow.
Here, I see that you weigh 245 pounds. Your last plan, you say you ate a lot of pasta for carbs. You grilled your vegetables 3 times a week. I also see that you did green smoothies. Now, you know those have high potassium. Like I feel like that's what Gigi said. Like she had her tablet because you know she is like. So this is what you submit to the website, and we're going to talk about it and see if we can go from here.
I take bi-weekly payments. I take
listen, we can do Apple Pay, we can do Clara. I'm flexible.
Right. Apple Pay, Cash App. You have Chime. I have Chime too. We can Afterpay, Care Pay. You know, we're in a recession. I take EBT.
You know, I'll take it. Oh, I ain't lying to you.
Right. I can take coupons, Groupons.
That was not
Here's a throwback for you: entertainment coupons. If you know the entertainment book.
Right.
the keynote in a conversation when you know somebody is interested when they asking questions too. But man just asked one question. He didn't ask one question. That man, like, man, I could be with my kids right now, saying talking to you.
My guy got his drink. Hey, he was thinking about sticking his hand and seeing if Channon dilated.
You know what I'm
He trying to get back to massage her shoulders. He was not thinking.
saying? I go from dilating to this. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So
Hold on, we in a park with dog shit. I don't even have a dog.
straight
She
up.
just here with her own dog. She's so selfish. She's so selfish.
Talking about you a dog. I got all these kids at the house. You talking about you a dog, mom? You know.
Right. Do you know the difference? Oh, yeah, that's wild. That's that's just wild. But I don't see them being, like I said, as of right now with this date, this was definitely a consultation. This was a meetup. This was a, hey friend, hey big head, how you doing?
Because you heard him talk so highly about Channon.
Right.
Yeah.
You heard him talk real highly about Channon.
There were
You know what I'm
tangible
saying?
things to say. Yes.
Very tangible thing to say.
Look at how far apart they are in this picture. They are spaced so far apart. He's like, you know what? No, it's okay. No, we could split the pole. You go over there. I'm gonna come over here. We're gonna go down the steps opposite sides. I'll meet you at the table. No, I'll meet you there. Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. Damn. Oh, we know. Right. Okay.
You know it's messed up when you sit there and you're having a conversation with somebody and the only thing you could think about was the last song you heard before you got out the car.
You know what?
You just there. Just there.
When your whole thought process just go to shit that you don't even like, man, I wonder if my 8th grade science teacher's still teaching. Like, motherfucker, you graduated in 2006.
I ain't lying. You wanted my stuff on a menu. I want to have them onion rings taste. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
Oh my God. When you brought up the last song, I could imagine, Ed asking, or Ashley, or no, it would be Ed asking Ashley, since Ashley's doing the day. Ashley, what song were you listening to? Oh, I was listening to Maxwell Fistful of Tears. What song were you listening to? I was listening to Another Sad Love Song by Tony Braxton. Wait, what?
You know what I'm saying? You know.
Both listen to something sad. Maybe we shouldn't be here if we both sad. It's like, what the heck? Oh my God.
Or you got him listening to John Legend's "Give Me the Green Light" because he thinking about Channon, and Ashley sitting there talking about some Joe. I wanna know, and she's like, I just want to know what turns you on, huh? What do you like? No, tell me about you, because I've just been doing all this talking and you haven't said anything.
But just to let you know, in case you do not know, baby, I got the master key, baby.
And the crazy thing about it is,
baby, I'll do the things for you.
Ashley's a personal trainer. You know what I mean?
Right.
She's a personal trainer. So I'm telling you, where was the common ground at? You know what I mean? Like, okay, there was no common ground. I didn't see any common ground.
That's what I said. This seemed like a consultation meeting. Like she was meeting up with a new client who was about to become, they wanted her as their trainer, and she had to get their measurements, want to know what they've been eating lately, what your diet look like, what's your goal plan. Okay, I'm gonna set you up. Like that's what it gave. This was not, I don't feel like this was like this is pushed me closer to you and made me feel like I want to get to know you more. And, you know, like this is still like, to me, this would be one of those dates that would put you in the friend zone.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like, I mean, that's just me. I mean, everybody has their own opinions, but for me, I would just be like, and it's not even just because of the date, but it's just how the date went.
Right.
Just how everything went. It's just like, maybe there's really not a connection here. We're better off as just being friends. We can come here all the time. We can go out and do stuff, but let's just settle at being friends. But we're only on episode 4.
Yeah.
Let's see where we're at.
A lot more to go for sure. So then, my lord. So then we were with Ashante and Steven. And so they are at tie-dye. And so shout out to Detroit Dye House. I always love it when reality TV can be bigger than the assignment and give these businesses some promotion, black owned and otherwise. Because let me tell you something, at this point, anybody who is doing it for themselves, being a boss for your own self, kudos to you, sincerely. So listen, we celebrate goodness around here. You know, Ashante has Steven said that he wants a person that has a good personality, for the wife to have a life, for Ashante, the freedom to travel, and Steven gets Ashante's number. And, you know, Ashante is, you know, ready for another day. She says she can put some clothes on now. So Ashante does have a soul there. And, you know, to her credit, she has, you know, blossomed out of her bud of a flower, at least a lot more in this episode. So what did y'all think of this?
It takes the right person. It just takes the right person. And Steven just so happened to be the right one. He came in there with confidence. I'm just gonna move on up. Yeah. I'm being nice. Okay. Anyway. Does anybody else think that he looks like a sophisticated T.I.? Like, T.I. is smart, but never mind. Moving on.
You know, to you, I'll say this. I agree with you, but to use an accent, I'm Stefan, baby.
Right. Right.
My brother is Stephen. I'm Stefan, baby.
Right.
He look like he got a guitar in the car. He do.
What?
And he can play more than those strings, Q. You know what?
Yeah. He look well versed.
Coming there dressed like somebody lesbian auntie. It's all right though.
Oh,
okay.
Oh my god.
Oh
my god. She really
I love everybody. Okay, I got a few of them, so I know how they dress. Okay, I'm only going off what I know. Okay.
Oh god. Okay.
Matter of fact, I got one that I know for a fact got that canary yellow sweater. I know for a fact she do. I didn't see the wear it. I know.
It was a distinction of the color for me.
Yeah. No. I know. Mm-hmm. And the only reason why I can remember is because when she pulled the shit out, she said, "Oh, I'm gonna fuck him up." I said, "You already did."
I swear to God, if her husband go back and listen to this show, do you see the bullshit I'm talking about? Okay, listen. You just listen. Disability, you doing too much. Do you see what you did in that live with Q and Braylon tonight? Did you see yourself? Secondary yellow.
Hey, that's why I can't take you nowhere. Whatever, we go everywhere together. Listen, guys, sorry, I don't know. We're gonna blame it on my new vape pen, okay? This is not my fault. I'm not taking any responsibility for anything that has been said tonight. None of it's my fault.
Oh,
nope. Mm-hmm.
Oh. 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 Oh.
All of this is blamed. Okay. Yes, it's blamed on this.
Okay. Jeez.
But yeah, anyway, to move on, I still feel like this date was great. I love them together. I feel like he brought out the personality that we have been wanting to see in her, and she is definitely smitten by him. They look cute together. I can see it. I can see them together doing a little cute shit, just cute stuff. I could see them at the ball game together, just sitting, in the bleachers, going to operas and theme park. Like they're cute. Yeah, I'm here for them. Them too. Yes,
I agree. I can definitely see a vibe with them for sure. For sure. It was listen, kid. You know how like you go to Home Depot or Lowe's or you go to Ace Hardware or some, place that's, for, home improvement. And you know how like when you pick up a color sample, they'll have the hashtag CB1350 X LB for canary yellow. That's why I felt like Gigi did. She saw that paint sample. It said, well, based on my experience of the LGBTQIA paint sample book, this is canary yellow.
I definitely know. And it's so funny that you actually say that, because something that I've actually recently learned, and this is from working in art direction, which is like building film sets and stuff like that.
Right.
Something that I have learned that I am actually really fucking good at, and I did not know this, is mixing paint colors to make a certain color. Yes. Especially like colors that people want. My brain can mix these fucking colors and come out with the perfect color. I didn't realize that I could do that or that was something I was good at until I started doing it, and I was like, oh shit.
Oh yeah, that is very, very true. I was just watching some Architectural Digest videos, and some of them were on the new movie Wicked for Good. So they broke down the set design. They talked about how they had to paint it a certain type of yellow for the camera to get the full majesty of the colors. So Warner Brothers, Universal, Disney, they have specific paint colors that you cannot get anywhere else except through them. So yes, that is a thing. And by the way, y'all, I'm being facetious when I made that whole joke. If you don't know by now, I love everybody. Let me put an asterisk with that. I love everybody who deserves it, but I have a heart for everybody. Okay, so that was not being hateful, dragging, nothing like that. It was just, it sounded like a paint sample color when Gigi said it.
Right, and nothing I said was dragging or being hateful. Don't nobody act like, oh, she came for the. No, I didn't. I didn't come for the community because the community is my community and we in the community together. Shit, it don't matter.
Exactly right.
But the fact of the matter is, so what? Okay, I'm a fucking comedian every other Thursday when I want to be, and every other Saturday clearly. Okay. So, say that. Matter of fact, if you want, I'll give you my mom's number. Tell on me.
Shout out to everybody who can afford to get your own paint for your house. Okay, shout out to all of y'all and getting home makeovers and watching HGTV and shit. Shout out to y'all. By the way, HGTV should be coming up with a brand new smart home or dream home to give away. By the way, just a side tip, you do know you can accept the cash value of the home, right? You don't have to accept the home. But if you do win the home, I do believe you should at least go down for that weekend, sleep in the home because you won it. Just a side note. All right, moving on.
Yeah, but what did you feel? How do you feel about Steven and Ajante?
Yeah, absolutely. How did you feel?
My fault, man. I had a few things going on.
Oh, no, you're good, bro.
I like them together. I like Steven. You know what I'm saying? Steven seems authentic. I don't think he's gonna speed him up or slow him down. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he sees her for who she is. And he actually was like, you remind me of a point in time in life, of a good time. You know what I'm saying? Something familiar. And old girl, I think she liked him as well. That tie-dye thing was really cool because you get to really express how you see how you get to create. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you like? You know what I'm saying? So I think they enjoyed that moment. And both of them was pretty open to the date too. You know what I'm saying? So she got to see something that he enjoyed doing. And it was cool. I liked them two together. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times when you see people together that almost look boring sometimes, but it's peaceful. You know what I'm saying? So it looked peaceful. It looked like they were just enjoying each other. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes.
No, go ahead, Q. Finish it.
No, I was done. Go ahead, brother. I was done.
Are you sure?
Hold on, can I just say something real quick?
Yeah,
Because that makes a lot of sense. Because I'm gonna tell you, a lot of people cannot stand peace because they feel like it's too boring.
I was about to say that you read in my mind. That's why I was going to add to Q's point. The reason why Q, to Gigi's point, some people who only know how to be in chaos, hellish energy, and a draining space, they don't know that. That's why it looks boring to them, because they're used to not having any peace. So, no, very well said. I was literally thinking that exact thought. And plus, we should be able to clap it up for the fact that this can actually happen. Like that should be the celebratory cheer here.
It can. And I see a lot of building going on. You know what I mean? So it might not be, we're engaged in a 7-8 months or a year, right. But I see building going on. Like, okay, we're on the same page. Like, this could potentially be more, instead of just jumping out. Oh, we in love. You know what I mean? This, and this. I like seeing the building, the journey starts. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad that they're in that process right now. It looks like they're in that process of saying, hey, do we like each other? You know what I'm saying? And let's start there instead of we jump in to say we tongue locking. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if we like each other first. And I feel like that's what they're doing. And I like the way that process is going.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Did you get everything out, Q? Because I didn't mean to jump over you.
Oh no, I was done.
But I thought that was a brilliant comment. What you said. I
appreciate it, brother.
But it can look more to other people. That's just the perspective. Because, child, I don't know about you, but the fact that I know that I have my brain is a Christmas gift 365 days a year, 366 on loop year, not 265 days a year. But we respect people who believe there's 265 days in the year. Okay, Portia Williams, we respect all. So I'm being facetious. Let me move on. Now, we're in the ladies' lounge here. And my Lord Jesus, this is a very interesting ladies' lounge here. So we start off with, who they're connected with. Ajante is connected with Steven and Carday. Lauren is connecting with Carday. Nicole and Devon. Channon and Ed. Ashley, Ed, and Darius. Ashley wants more from Ed, but we have come to the realization that that was a consultation. I'm not gonna be able to see Ashley at the same way again after that. I'm sorry, y'all. And then Dominique, she said, "Bello, welcome home." Right. So then we get to the not connected part of it. Right. So we got Enchante, Vince, Lauren, Vince, Christina. We get to the pillow talking of what's going on, right, from Christina's point of view. And that, the bitch word was pulled up, and it was about Lauren. And Tommy's like, ho, let me know if somebody says that. And I mean, immediately. And then we got Christina with Bello, Xavier with Channon, and we have Ready to Love 65 from nephew Tommy Miles. And then we have Ashley, Xavier, Donna, Xavier. And it seemed like this was the first time in a long time that everybody just agreed on it. What do you all think about the ladies' lounge, and also to Tommy's response? And let me say this before I pass it over to y'all. I will say this: because I think there was a comment last season that Gigi read from our site, that somebody talked about how nephew Tommy didn't seem like he wanted to be there to host for this, that, and the third. And if y'all remember that conversation and how I talked about how powerful your hosting style is, you do not need a host that is very engaging with this show. Nephew Tommy Mouse is a conduit. And there's a difference between somebody being an active host in everything and a host that has a presence to handle what needs to be handled. Because Tommy's like, wait, what? Oh no. I don't give a fuck, damn, or shit of how it was said, when it was said, why it was said. You let me know immediately. Which indicates to me, let me know if that happens on a date. Group date, one-on-one. Let the producers know. Anytime, anywhere, whatever headspace you in, let me fucking know immediately. And we'll handle that shit. So I just wanted to say shout out to Tommy for that hosting, for executing the hosting style of, while I may not be in everything, just know I will handle anything. Over to you, Gigi, and Q, for y'all takes on the ladies' lounge.
Yeah, I was gonna say that right there. That's definitely so true, because you have a lot of these reality shows where the bitch word and other shit just flies out so effortlessly, and there's no one there to stop it from happening. There's no correction. There's no consequences. There's nothing. It's just what it is. But like you said, with Tommy has always expressed not only respect for the women, but respect for the men as well. And he advocates for respect for all. He advocates for true love and actually being honest in this process, but also being, respectful, being humble, and being vulnerable. His hosting style is honestly kind of what has brought the show to where it's at now, I feel. And we said that even about Taronda hosting
Never Ever Met.
The Never Ever Met. Because that was also something that was said as, Taronda's barely there. You only see her for, a few short moments and then she's gone. And it's like, yeah, you might not feel like she does much, but her presence there when she is there, and how she is when she is there is what gives the show that the connection that it has. But with Tommy, it's the same thing. Tommy he doesn't just sit there as a host and come in as a host. Tommy comes in and he drops nuggets and he gives you kind of a little, he kind of comes in as a therapist. You know what I'm saying? Like sitting here in the women's lounge, you're expressing who you like, who you don't like, and he's actually talking back. He's actually, showing the respect, listening to what's being said. If you're feeling uncomfortable, he's going to step in. If there's something that's not right, he's going to make sure there's a correction that happens. So definitely love his hosting style. And as far as the women here, when it comes to this process right here, I feel like they honestly was right with this one.
Yeah, it was split down the middle. Like it was very good.
Yeah, yeah. It just seeing like the different. I guess I'm glad there's not a whole lot of snootiness going on because, there are some people who like the same person, which, sometimes women can be a little catty. Right. I think, the whole Christina thing was a little bit much. But other than that, I feel like it was respectful with everybody listening to who likes. Right. And when it came to who was not liked or who felt like, needed to work on things more, yeah. I feel like it might have been divided, but it was equally divided on Vincent and Xavier and the reactions to both of them. I feel like it wasn't like they were based off biased opinions. Like I really we could see as viewers what they were expressing. So it's like, okay, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So I mean, I feel like they did a good job this time. It wasn't based off, biased opinions or anything like that. It was based off basically like who you're connected to. Out of all of the women talking about their connections, Xavier's name, neither did Vincent's name come up at all as far as the like. So it just made sense.
Yeah. Absolutely. Q, what's your take on the women's the ladies' lounge and also nephew Tommy's hosting style? And by the way, everybody, if you want a really good example, the best I can give you from an old school black perspective of hosting is Don Cornelius in Soul Train. He was the conductor of that musical experience.
Yeah.
To speak, and to a modern day version, Steve Harvey with Family Feud. He's a more involved host because there are more circumstances for him to be involved. Over to you.
One thing about nephew Tommy throughout the years and throughout the seasons, I remember at the beginning of Ready to Love, he was very involved. You might see him a couple times throughout each episode. Now you might see him twice. He give you your mission statement for the day or for the week, and you go out and on your different dates or whatever you want to call it. And then towards the end, you come back and you discuss it with him, and he gives you the insight and also helps you figure out who's ready to love and who's not ready to love. So I really like the way it's his show. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's nephew Tommy's show. And so I feel like he takes pride in that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna go, you know what I'm saying, exactly how I want it to go. And respectfully at that. You know what I'm saying? So I like how when it came up, what was said, he took ownership. Like, nah, this ain't about to go this direction. Because we know
energy for sure, some Uncle Steve Harvey energy on that moment for sure.
Exactly, because he know where things can go, and I don't think he want that stain to be on the show. You know what I'm saying? And my thing was, two things. It should have never been said. First off, he should have never. That was very disrespectful what he said. But another thing is so much stuff being said outside of the show. What made who and whoever wanted to come out and say that? Are they trying to make him seem a certain type of way?
That's a fair point.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? Because it's so many different conversations being had. I'm pretty sure everybody's not seeing everybody in the brightest of light. You know what I'm saying? So words get thrown around all the time. So
and to add to your point, Q, when Christina brought that up, she didn't really give the context, conjecture, and connect. Which we do find out a little bit later. And also, too, to Gigi's point, right message, wrong messenger. Because earlier, you got upset about somebody not giving you money, but accepted somebody not giving you money, but yet you took somebody's money and then threw up in somebody's face of fuck you and the 2-hour conversations we had, but yet you want to be VIP. Back over to you, Q. I just wanted to add that to your particular point.
Yeah. And I mean, since what we've seen of her, for her to be the one to drop that clue bomb, you know what I'm saying?
Be the homegirl.
You know what I'm saying? The value of it has lessened, but at the same time, the disrespect is still loud. You know what I'm saying? So
very well said.
And let's just say, because I don't know if y'all heard when she had said, this is pillow talk. So that means one of the guys told her. Because he said that this was said around the guys. This was said in the guys group. So one of the guys went back and told her what he said. That's how it all came out.
And that's crazy. And that's crazy. So that's crazy.
So basically, one of the guys can't hold water, just like she can't hold water.
And it's only 3 guys she's been talking to. Bella. She was talking to Bella. What's the guy name who's into
Bello,
Dominique.
Devon.
I'm thinking Bella, Devon.
And who was the other one?
No, she did talk to Chris, but
maybe Ed. Chris, I would say Chris. To me, I don't think it was Chris or Dom. I don't think so. I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, now listen, hold on. Maybe because we don't know if she talks to Darius or not. But remember this whole thing with Darius and them talking about how Darius talks too much. Was it Darius?
It could be.
Yeah, could be.
Oh, yeah. But I'm just saying, that's the blow part about a conversation that shouldn't have even came to the light.
Yeah, that should not have come to Christina's virtual doorstep.
Yeah, so if Christina didn't handle that, why in the world are you telling me this? She should have checked that earlier. Look here. I ain't got time for the foolishness. I'm not here for the he say, she say about this and that. So go somewhere else with that. You know what I mean? That right there for her to take that information instead of checking it at her doorstep, really shows something about her. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that stuff could have been handled in privacy. You know what I mean? It really could have been handled in privacy. But it's 2 things she did. She brought that comment up, and then she said blatantly loud, like, it's 3 guys that asked for money, only one of them gave me money. So are you trying to make you look a certain kind of way? Or are you trying to make the guys look a certain kind of way? You know what I'm saying?
And then also too, on top of that, when it came to Lauren, she said, yeah, actually he was talking about you being the tall bitch. I'm just like, wait a minute, didn't nephew Tommy just say no about the bitch word? Like what do we do? Yeah. Okay, girl. Okay.
Well, I guess in that instance, that was just her repeating who she was talking about. But see, this is what I think. Okay, now going off what we see in the preview, she's talking to Vincent about him saying that about Lauren, saying that you said this about my friend, da 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 da. But if that was the case when it was brought to you, why didn't you tell that person to go to Lauren directly and let Lauren know, since it was said about Lauren? Or why didn't you go? Or why didn't you go to Lauren as her friend, in air quotations, and tell her then instead of waiting until the women's ball or the women's lounge and then saying it in front of everybody when it's time for eliminations and having Lauren find out about it at that moment after she had sat in this man's face, after she had went on this date and all of this. You know what I'm saying? Now, unless it was something that was said after the fact, okay, understandable. But if it was said beforehand and you have this information, you should have let it be known to the person who it was said about beforehand.
And I do get the context conjecture connection, Gigi. That's who she was referencing. But like you just said, so articulate as you often do, if that is your supposed homegirl, don't refer to her as a bitch after nephew Tommy said no to the bitch word. Just in the totality of that space, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, but still, it's just like, why would you? There's so many different ways that could have went, and I mean, for the guys, and it's not just for the guys. The girls talk too. Like, let's just be honest. In every season, something gets said and brought up from what the guys done said and what the girls done said. It gets found out.
Child hashtag bath call.
Right, they be talking. There's a whole lot of pillow talking. So this is how this all came out, is pillow talk. So it's gonna happen. It's not gonna stop. We are in episode 4. This is about roundabout when stuff starts kicking.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and no social media posts as of yet. Keyword
as of yet.
Yeah.
When the seasons are this is so messed up to say, but when it seems like when the seasons are real toxic or messed up, shit hits the fan on social media by episode 5.
Yep.
Episode 4, 5, possibly 6. It's then hit the fan.
Absolutely.
But we're gonna wait and see. We're gonna see.
And if it does come up, and it relates to the show, which that's how, even when me and Gigi did the Never Ever Mets, right? And when we formerly did that other show, we never bring social media into our after show reviews because there's a difference between viewers and consumers. The viewers, they watch the show, at 8, 7 Central, 9 Central for ready to love, and then they're done. The consumers, they consume anything and everything. So and this is just a pro tip, you do what you want to do, but if you want the experience to be whole, complete, and in an understandable fashion for your audience, bring in social media when it is relevant to the after show review that your audience is consuming and that they're viewing. Because if you bring up anything and everything, anything and everything can happen on any reality show. But when you bringing up anything and everything relating to the show, it dilutes your commentary. But if something comes up about Christina doing something bigger than that and gets posted on social media, then it's relevant to our after show. But if Christina puts her foot in her mouth, well, okay, we'll see it next week. You see the difference there? There it is. Jaguar Actual says that was her 4th strike. Yeah, there you go. And did that make sense, y'all, what I said about how you utilize social media? Because I do watch other reviews, and sometimes I feel like if you don't know how to hold your own as a commentary, anybody can use social media, but it takes somebody to utilize the information from social media. But I feel like sometimes people will take social media and drop it in or sprinkle it throughout the review as a placeholder rather than standing 10 toes down on the episode, if that makes sense.
Exactly.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
So, we get to Donna and Vince right here. And so don't worry, Jaguar _ actual. We have not forgot about your Xavier comments. We're just waiting to get to that point there. To that point in the conversation here. So we have Vince and Donna, the bitch reference got brought up, and it was a guy conversation. And it was a joking fashion of the conversation. And, Donna asked, is it something that, needs to be worked on? Excuse me. And, he did say that he would need to work on that and that his bluntness can seem too opinionated. You know what I mean? That's what, Donna said, your bluntness can be a lot. And Vince said that, him, changing things would deflate other things in his life, right? So that is his perspective with Donna. What did y'all think of this conversation before we get to Xavier, Dominique, and then we'll reveal, who got eliminated, who did. But what did y'all think of that exchange?
Before I have to take medication because my head throbs just talking about him. No, but honestly, we have said this. This is him. This is his personality, okay? The way that he is him. So him feeling and saying that, hey, if I change who I am or me being blunt or being how I am, then that takes away other parts of me. It's like, yeah, either he's going to have to find somebody who is either just as blunt or who accepts the bluntness. And it's not hard. He'll find it, but I do not think that it's there. I don't think his person's there.
When you meet your match, oh Lordy. Because let me tell you something. Sometimes, and I'll put it like this: have you ever been around a person where it's like, oh damn, they make me look like a saint? I feel like that's going to have to be Vince of like, oh, you know what? Maybe I really should revise myself just a little bit because I guess I see how bad I am with this person. You know what I mean? And also too, I think to what Q said, I think this was brought up throughout our after show review, but of the fact that he has a daughter, right? And I think that was a very critical, piece of the conversation for Q, and really for all of us. But I know Q was definitely has some heat on that. Q, what was your take on Vince and Donna's conversation here?
One thing I would say he did was take accountability for his actions. You know what I mean? He didn't really deny anything. Then he asked for feedback as well. You know what I mean? Because dating is not the easiest thing to do. It's easy for some people, you know what I mean? But for him, it seemed like, I'm open to pointers.
We haven't, Jaguar. We're going to get to Xavier here in a minute. That's why I was saying, we haven't forgot about your comments at all. No. We were just waiting for the Xavier conversation. Now, we don't forget comments around here. Believe me, brother. You are good. All right.
Yeah, it was, he was cool. He could have took the comments another way, and I'm glad he didn't, but I wonder if he was just being humble because he was on the chopping block, or is he receptive to what they about to say? And I guess we'll figure that part out throughout the rest of the show. But it was good feedback, but then also Donna showed that she was interested in him as well. And I'm glad they sent her to do it versus somebody else. Would have probably handled the situation or not been so gracious with their words towards him. So it was good to send a connection over there. And I really feel like he's going to make the best of it. But at the exact same time, hopefully he gets a chance to reflect and send his best self out there and not just, blindly, just blindly throw his opinion out. So
without recognizing the weight of it.
Exactly. And sometimes it's just not wanted. You know what I'm saying? So that was my take on that. But I could see those two together though. You know what I mean? I can really see those two together.
Yeah, and there was hang on now for a minute, because I do believe in episode episode 2? I think it was in the first episode, right? That Vince and Donna actually did talk. And
they
Vince
did
say that he finds her attractive and that she's quirky and stuff like that. So there was something there, Gigi. Now listen, we know that some things are crazier than others, but that did happen. There was something there.
Listen, Braylon, I might have to be you this season. Okay, how you was about Sahara last season. I think I'm yeah.
Why you gonna pull Braylon this season? I cannot with you.
Yeah.
That
I think
totally
we all have our person each season. Like I think Habibi was Solana's, and then you had Sahara. I got Vincent. Q, who have you had, or we got you next season?
I just find love in everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I think everybody deserves a chance.
Q is, ladies and gentlemen.
I think
everybody deserves a chance, but we all have that one person where it's like your person's not here, and everybody else is like, yes, it is. They're here. It's like, no, it's not. Their person's not on the show. It's somewhere else, far away. It's not here.
You know who my person was?
Who?
Jessica.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jessica was my person. I didn't like her attitude. Even though she left with Grandma Ye, you know what I'm saying? I didn't feel a connection at all there. That was, that was forced.
Shout out to Grandma Ye.
Right. Grandma Ye.
Yeah, I need a little shot. I still need a shot. You know what I'm saying? But I wasn't really a fan of Jessica. Nah. Just her attitude.
So we've all had our person each season, and I'm sorry, Vincent is just mine this season. I just
I just wanted to bring up that contest conjecture and connection that yes, in the first episode, Vince and Donna did have a conversation, and Vince did speak very highly of Donna. So when that was said, I wasn't surprised by that at all. So. But yeah, Gigi pulling a Braylon this season, I cannot.
Yeah, this is my season. You guys have had your season, so this is my season.
Why she make it to the end? Why she make it to the end of the show? What?
Right? Listen. Why is he still here? I don't know.
Tell him why he make it.
So that part. So G, because I can't ask you fully and comprehensively of how you feel about using your Braylon pass to feel like somebody has lost their rabbit ass mind. But as you are in the beginning stages, how does the Braylon pass feel?
See, Braylon, listen, you're my brother. As much as I love you, I can't really. I'm gonna have to call it the ready to love pass because, like I said, everybody has. It started with Solana, then I think it went Q, then it went you. Now it's me. Okay, so y'all have passed the torch on. Okay, so I'm just gonna say it feels. Now I understand the feelings that y'all had, okay? With this torch in my hand now. It's a natural
feeling, right? It's a natural feeling.
It's very natural,
okay? Very natural.
I never knew that I needed this feeling so much, okay? I didn't know how much of me it was.
So to give you guys context, conjecture, and connection on the past, Solana was fighting for this one person on Ray Love Make a Move, and Q and Solana correct the record if I'm wrong. Solana fought for that Negro every single week. I mean, every single week. Well, you know, he's taking his time being a photographer. Well, he does live alone with his dog. I mean, every single week. But I think Solana might have had a crush on him too, but that's neither here nor there. But it was the fact of defending him every single week. And we were just like, best friend, we love you with the love of God. But come on. For real.
Right.
That man did not like that woman at all.
At all.
That man did not like that woman at all. He was getting that regular paycheck. Man, he was not gonna make no move at all. I'm trying to tell you. I don't know. She had in her cuckoo head that it was gonna be more than what it is. What was that girl name? I wasn't too fond of her either. What was her name?
Ashley.
No, that wasn't Ashley. It was
hang on. Let me pull up Ray to.
Oh, okay. You had Ashley. Veronica was, I think. Matter of fact, Veronica's engaged
Cameron.
now.
I thought Ashley was with Cameron.
No, Ashley was the dark-skinned girl from Atlanta.
Okay.
Was it Xavier? I think it was
Xavier.
Yeah. She was a little delusional. Cam is this and Cam is that. And
listen, there's nothing wrong with giving up the goods on the first date. But girl, you did it. You did it. Okay, he got what he wanted, and he get to get a check, girl.
And he get to get a check. I ain't lying.
So as you can tell, we really do have a trust, a bond, and a good solid foundation with each other. Where I'll put it like this: we can go there with each other, but y'all can't go there with us. Let's just put it that way. That's how families are and friendships are. But as we've heard from Gigi in the early stages of using the Ray Love pass, she feels very good about using her pass on Vince right now.
Yeah, this is my pass, and I'm holding on to it. You're going to have to pry this from my hands.
What'd you say, Q?
Not your cup of tea. That is not her cup of tea at all.
Listen, but Donna might be swallowing him up. They might be doing multiplication equations, by the time the show ends, So
all it's gonna take for one more conversation and she gonna realize that it's just not adding up. Okay, just.
But for those of you in the back, yes, we will check in on Gigi's mental as she uses her Ray to Love pass for defense. We will check in throughout the season. So let's get to Xavier. Jeez. So shout out to Dominique. I will say she definitely knows.
I'm gonna make a new picture next week, and it's gonna have my plaque on it. I'm gonna have a plaque. Okay. I'm gonna have my hand around the torch, and it's gonna say, I don't know what it's gonna say yet, but y'all gonna see it next week. Okay,
we'll hold you to it. And like I said, and y'all, sometimes we be facetious, but believe me, when we say we're gonna do something, we're gonna do something. So we will check in throughout the season about how Gigi is feeling about her past and if her feelings will change. But knowing Gigi, she ain't changing for shit, but we are gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and check in on her throughout the season. Now with Dominique and Xavier, I will say Dominique definitely her skin tone and color is a vibe. Okay, listen. God knew what he was doing. He made thick black women. Okay, listen. and we love everybody, but also too, like I said before, cinnamon rolls are thick for a reason. Okay, the icing is thick for a reason. Now, with that being said, Xavier and Dominique here. Dominique is saying that, Xavier is not taking an initiative and that no one has talked to Xavier, right? And Xavier said that it was early, right? And he plans to be more intentional. But Dominique was very gracious in this conversation, but she pulled a Gigi now. She said, "You do know you're late to the party, though, right?" It's like, do you not know?
Yeah, she shut that down.
No, she really did. Like, do you not know the assignment that you took on? And so Xavier was not ready to love, but Dominique was kind and said that, you just have to do the work. And you have to, figure out what your space is. And to Xavier's credit, he said that what the women said was valid. So he did not have any hard feelings. And that is grownness, for real. So I felt like this was a very, very productive, mature, and respectful space of knowing how to take an elimination on national television. Gigi, since you said what you were going to, since you were beginning to say what you were going to say, go right ahead, my friend.
No, I was just saying it was definitely yeah. Cut that. Sorry, sir. You are absolutely late. That assignment was due last week. No. We can't deduct any more points. Like, you're just no. You just can't turn that in. And it's like, so just to go to what Jaguar said, just like, because we're talking about Xavier now. So yeah, Xavier definitely was a day late and a dollar short. I get where he was coming from. He wanted to take things slow and steady like a boxer who wanted to kick in the gear round 6, but ended up getting knocked out in round 4. Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. Like, yeah, like I understand you wanna take it slow, but after you had already gotten eliminated in the beginning, that should have definitely made you kick. Like, that should have been your kick it into high gear, okay? Like, so
y'all are not ordinary people. Y'all cannot.
Right. Listen, it was already round 1. Okay, they already knocked you out once, but you just happen to be able to get up after 7 seconds. Okay, you didn't make it to 10,
right?
But they got you at 7. Okay, you got lucky. Okay, they let you continue. But you was like, you know what? I think I'm gonna keep trying this same move right here. If I give you a left, and then try to do an uppercut, even though I'm gonna do it.
He didn't even train for the fight. You know what I'm saying?
No, he did.
He ain't even trained for the
He
fight.
didn't even try. Would you say he was a substitute? He was standing. It was like, you know what? The main attraction didn't come. Go ahead.
Come on.
He was like, how hard could it be? I didn't watch TV before.
Exactly. I watched TV before. It can't be that hard.
Watch TV before. It can't be that hard. Let me try it.
I remember something that Jeff Probst said.
I remember.
Wait, say that again, Q.
He said that joke ain't even trained for it, my man.
No, not at all. Yeah. And to Gigi's point about I've seen it on TV before, Jeff Probst said this about a guy named Colton, that he quit Survivor Blood versus Water. And, Jeff Probst said that, I think sometimes people think it's fun to watch adventure on TV, but doesn't mean they have what it takes to do the adventure. And
right.
Jeff Probst is about to be on his 50th season of Survivor. For him to say that out loud about a contestant, not just a contestant, but a return contestant, not just a return contestant, about any contestant he has seen, every personality type and psychology and sociology, everything in between, that's saying a lot. So to that point, I do agree that, like, you know, the show's been on for 11 seasons. You could have followed some of our reviews to get somewhat of a game plan. Like, resources were available out here,
Yeah. And then Jaguar also says, I think because he's so busy, he thought speed dating would be what would work, but you can't sign up for speed dating and move at the pace of normal dating. They don't mesh well. Right. To me, it just boggles my mind how you were already eliminated. You were already down at the bottom and you felt so shocked. You were in awe that you were in the bottom. How dare they? Who had the black dacity to put
there it is.
The black
in the bottom
dacity.
The black
wow.
The black dacity.
The black
Who
dacity.
had the black dacity to do this to you? How dare they?
Oh my God.
This is the most not appalling thing that could ever happen. Okay.
Wait, I'll raise you one better, black pollen. Okay, I'll give you the black dazzling, the black fantasy, the black imagination, and the black pollen.
The black pollen.
The black ball to do this shit to me.
Hey.
How dare they, in their black imagination, dare to eliminate one Xavier?
Oh my God.
Okay, so, like I said, it's just funny how you were already in the bottom, sir. You were already there, and I'm so surprised. It was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna do better. I don't even think he said he was gonna do better. He was just shocked. And then when he made it through, he was like, yeah, I'm supposed to be here. But you didn't change nothing. You continue to do the same thing. Like, what in the world made you think that you were going to continue to continue to do the same thing? Everyone knows what insanity is, right? We all know.
Doing the
Sir,
same.
that was insane. Yeah. To repeatedly do the same thing over and over, but expect a different result.
Yeah. But another thing, I don't really think the ladies was really interested in him either, because we've seen on the show a couple times where the ladies actually gave the guy their number. You know what I'm saying? And he failed to make connections, but I don't feel like ladies were connecting to him anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Tommy summed it all up when he said rated love 65 years old. So,
right?
That was crazy. Rated love 65.
Right.
That was crazy.
Ready to love geriatric edition.
You know what I'm saying? Like ready to love orthopedic edition. You know what I'm saying? It was just like, bro, what you got going?
It felt like,
ready to love granddad edition.
You know what I'm saying?
It felt like, honestly,
crazy.
It felt like when it came to him getting water, it's like, wait a minute, I thought I was supposed to have a Wakia Hawaiian volcanic water contract. No, brother, we got a decided contract from Coca-Cola, but it's still a contract, though. You're still getting water for the fight, but it's just that quality Hawaiian volcanic water. And by the way, y'all, just to let y'all know, if you really, well, you're probably not really wondering this, but one of my good virtual friends, Michelle, she said, do y'all know that nursing homes have more STDs than anywhere else? And I'm just like, how the why?
Yeah, I've heard that before.
And I'm just like, who did this fucking research to know this shit?
Well, people who work in nursing homes, okay, let me tell you,
that's crazy.
Ew, just a little insight. Ew. Yeah. Okay. So in them nursing homes, yeah, them old people still be fucking. Okay, let's not.
I don't know. I wonder, are they coming to the nursing home with the STD? Like, they already have the
Okay, so
STD.
listen. Some of them have, have had STDs because some STDs they stay in your body. They lay dormant, or they might not surface until you get older. Or like if you have herpes and it might have been settled when you were younger, once you get older, you might have flare-ups. So now you can still pass on herpes and syphilis and stuff like that. But you got to think about it. In nursing homes, especially like medications causes infections, even though they, it's like, oh, well, they're supposed to treat stuff. A lot of times they can cause infections, especially in older people. And in women get yeast infections a lot from like medications, or like if they're the ones that have catheters in, bedpans, they wet themselves a lot, like that carries infections, bacteria infections. So those infections spread. Once you spread those infections can turn into other STDs, which is just a cycle. Now, let's just get down to also what everyone also knows too is some of the nursing home staff be fucking some of those people. And they give them STDs as well.
JLG. Oh, God.
I can only be honest, okay? If y'all don't believe me, look it up. Okay? There's plenty of research. Y'all can actually even, if you want to look up, you can even look up like public health records. And you can see.
I like my brain and my brain cells to form a brain so much, but I appreciate you for caring enough to know that. Like, it truly makes my heart cry. And I don't mean with tears of joy. I mean tears of what the fuck is this shit? But thank you so much. Truly.
Yeah, there's been cases of people, of nurses getting arrested for it.
Somebody or caregiver.
Yeah, there's been cases of people getting arrested for it and stuff like that. Just like there was a woman who was actually in a coma and had been in a coma for a long time, but she ended up pregnant. It's like, how do you end up pregnant? Well, come to find out, one of the nurses, which was a male nurse, would go into her room and was having sex with her and ended up impregnating her.
Good damn.
Yeah. So
the things you learn on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen. Don't y'all ever say education is not equalizer, okay?
Yeah. But moving on, Jaguar, I agree with you. I think Donna, when she asked Xavier about if he would change his approach, to see how things are on Radio Love, and he said no, that he was going home.
Yeah.
Not only just that, did he say no on that, but also when I think it was it Lauren or Christina who asked him to spin around, gave him a nice comment, was like, hey, you look nice, and asked him to spin around, and he was like, no, or you got to work on that, or you got to deserve that or something.
Yep, that was Lauren.
Yeah. So, yeah, he was on his 3-4 strikes too.
And he on the wrong show. He need to be on Ready to Love Interracial. That's what he need to be on Ready to Love Interracial. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he might don't too much care for the sisters. Ain't nothing wrong with it, you know what I'm saying? This ain't for everybody.
Yeah, I didn't want to say nothing, but I was like, this might not be the right. I was thinking that about Vincent too, but I wasn't gonna say
it. Who's got jungle fever? Ain't got jungle fever.
Right?
Ain't no wrong with jungle fever. Ain't no wrong with it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, eventually there might be a Ready to Love Swirl edition.
Swirl edition.
Listen, there is a thing as white chocolate. There are some
starring Charlie.
Neapolitan edition. I ain't lying.
I'm not down to do this with your ass.
Ready to Love Neapolitan.
But you know what?
You hear me, Braylon? They're gonna have a special guest, and it's gonna be Charlie. She gonna be looking for Jared again.
Oh, Father.
My Lord. not Charlie and Jared, my Lord Jesus.
Yeah.
I can't even blame Q on that. I said swirl, he just picked it right up. Hold my glass of wine. I got you. You said swirl. Got you.
Wait a minute. Ready to love swirl edition.
I got you. Some people are stuck in their ways. Yeah, that's true. That is very, very true.
Ready to love swirl edition. I can't with y'all. This is
well.
out
You
of
said
hand.
Neapolitan.
Chocolate, pink, and white, baby. You know.
Oh my god.
By the way,
Chocolate, pink, and white.
Ready to Love will be sponsored by Breyer's Ice Cream. I just got a text message on my phone as we were speaking here. Owen just texted me at 11:26 at night, ladies and gentlemen. That's how tight me and Owen are. So yes,
Just so that we can stay diverse, it's gonna be Ready to Love, Mix and Mingle.
You know what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Makes a mingle, baby. You know.
Listen, a little bit of everybody, okay? Not gonna leave nobody out. Shoot.
So for the preview, y'all, we got a throwback 70s Motown edition. We have Dominique and Bello, and Bello has this afro that he pulls off his head because he's like, Dominique says, do you really feel like you can make a good impression, and can you feel energy? And he said, off of this look. And Dominique, she's rocking her hair as well. And then Christina in this child, I'm just like, Christina. Now, Vince, you said what you said, but all I would suggest to you, bruh, is, hey, listen, I owned up to that. I have already talked to that person that I said it to, and I have owned up to my behavior. This is the end of the conversation. And let Christina look crazy, because if you allow her to look crazy, recognize the men are in power this week, okay? And I would just leave it there. What did y'all think of the preview and my advice? Because I think that's where Vince needs to go.
Dominique and Ed or Bello was cute. Was it Bello or Ed?
I think it was Bello.
I thought it was Bello too. Okay, so yeah, Dominique and Bello definitely cute. Can see them, continuing on. And Christina and Vincent, I don't know why it just came in my head that Christina reminds me of the cousin from Soul Food. When she's like, man, just play my CD, man. You know what? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can see that.
She was up on that roof, fucking her cousin's husband.
I can see that.
And then I saw a girl from A Thin Line Between Love and Hate. Her crazy ass. But anyway,
I just saw Byron just
yeah, man. Listen, I don't.
Before y'all get on my ass, okay? Good Lord.
You know what? If Christina and Vincent got together, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'd be shocked at the same time. Just because for some reason, I don't know. Maybe them too, because he's willing to support her fully financially if she wants it. And I think she would take it just because that's what she might consider as love. But honestly, both of them could go.
But she want to be VIP though. You know what I'm saying? She want to be VIP.
Yeah, she got to be VIP.
Yeah, that's where it would die off, I think.
Yeah, so. Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm ready to see Vincent go. I really don't even care, because I don't see who he could match with there. But again, this is only episode 4, so I am going to give grace and space, and I'm going to allow the process to happen because I want to see. I really want to see a different side of him. I'm gonna tell you, I want my mind to be changed. I am looking forward to it, but I don't think it's gonna happen.
So you are holding on to your ready to love past with love, but you're hopeful. In addition to that grace and space. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, I'm holding on to it tight. Listen, even if things do change, I'm gonna deny it. I will deny it.
Wait a minute.
Deny it some more.
So wait a minute, Q. Now, not only is she gonna be pulling a Braylon, but now she gonna be pulling a Solana. But not in terms of defending Vince, but being completely blind.
Oh yeah.
Changes that are happening.
And we ain't gonna let it do it. Because every time we get on here, we're gonna say shark. Shark. Shark.
Oh no.
We're gonna bring those feelings right back up to the top. Shark.
Oh no.
Before we get off, are you sure you want to lock this in? Because once you lock this in,
listen, this is my past. You cannot take it from me, okay?
All right,
and matter of fact, go ahead and keep doing it, because the more you do it, the more it's gonna make me hold on to it even more. Okay, I will not let this past go. He's gonna go before my past does.
Sure. I ain't going nowhere.
Oh my gosh. Great show, y'all. Thank you everybody for coming and being here with us. Hope you guys enjoyed. We definitely will be here next week, same time. Would you say, Jaguar? Oh, good night to you.
We gotta get a ranking first. We gotta give them the ranking.
Oh yeah, we gotta rank this episode. This episode for me, I'm actually going just because of him. But I'm gonna give it a 7. I'll give it a 6.5/7.
All right, 6.5/7. Q.
I'm going 7. I ain't gonna play with it. I'm gonna go 7.
Okay.
That was a good episode.
I will have to agree. I think I will give it a 7. And like I said too, really, I feel like most of the episodes really have been. I feel like most of the episodes have been 7s, but they've been on a 10 energy or a 9 energy, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Like, they actually make me look forward to, the next episode.
Yes.
I agree. I totally agree.
So this has been good. But yeah, good night, everybody. I know it's late.
We glad that you had a wonderful time. And also to Mo Perspective, thank you so much. I'm off to bed. I set my notifications to get updates when you're back on to review the episode. Nice meeting you guys. Take care, everyone. And by the way,
good night.
And Mo Perspective, for y'all first time over here, y'all did a great job.
You did, definitely. Y'all was up in here in them chats, y'all.
Yes, you were. So please come back anytime. We're usually here Saturdays or Sundays, depending on what's going on. But you guys will always get a show from us. So until then, keep being sharp.
I am out of here, y'all. Good night, y'all. Much love, everybody.
For sure.
Good night.
Good night. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to do it too, PG, before we headed out. Oh, my Lord Jesus. All right, y'all. Let's get the Daily Motivator up here, then head on out. Oh, I love this damn show so much. Oh, excuse me. All right, here we go, everybody. Here we go. It's time for the Daily Motivator. The pain passes, but the beauty remains. Pierre Augustet Renard. Yes, indeed. All right, here we go, everybody. It's time for a Daily Motivator for Saturday, November 29th, 2025. Getting things done. Decide to get it done. Follow through on your decision. Choose to accomplish a specific objective. Proceed with focused action. Keep it up until you've reached the goal. You are a miraculous achievement machine. Don't allow such a magnificent machine to become rusty from lack of use. Getting things done is in your nature. Never pass up a good opportunity to be true to that nature. Make something valuable. It will make you feel great. That's a whole lot better than sitting around wondering what to do. You already know what to do, and it's getting good work done. The place is here. The time is now, and you're sure to thank yourself for taking on the challenge, Ralph Morrison. You know, I have to tell you, in terms of getting things done, the first thing I'll say, anybody can talk about it. It takes somebody to be about it. And just recognize that in your life. If you are being about it, don't let somebody tell you what you should or should not do about being about it when they're not doing anything, their damn stuff. Like I said at the top of the show, shout out to all the subscribers. We love y'all, but there are some of y'all that can't do a fifth, quarter, or a half of what we do. And shout out to Pam Esquire, the lead attorney, and other amazing law professionals for reading court documents and giving context, conjecture, and connection. Because it's always interesting. The people you talk about are the people you watch the most, because you can't do what they do. That's the first thing I'll just say. Second thing I'll say is make something valuable. It will make you feel great. And I have to tell you, being able to do this after show with Q and Solana and Gigi, we've done this show for like 4 to I think 5 to 6 seasons now. We've done it for a long time now, and I'm always amazed at how far I have come in my perspective of dating, but also too, I'm so proud of them too. They are game to explore and to fail and to succeed, but we have the space to support each other along the way. That's a blessing for sure. That's the second thing I'll tell you. Then finally, the place is here, the time is now, and you're sure to thank yourself for taking on the challenge. Just remember, challenges, they have a energy of being hard, but that doesn't mean you won't overcome them. Let me say that 2 more times. That was a word. Just because a challenge is difficult doesn't mean you won't overcome it. Just because a challenge is difficult or hard doesn't mean you won't overcome it. Amen. And so with that being said, it's time for the best outro on YouTube. Know what you do and do what you know. Never say you want more special, because you are always one of us. And trust, you may not be where you want to be, by the end of it, you will be where you need to be. Do what you've been chosen to do. Why is one thing to call yourself, is nothing to be chosen. One love, much love, all love. We have spent time with you. You have spent time with us. And hopefully by spending time together, rise be great together. And always remember, where you're doing radio, television, YouTube, living your best life, or listen, you are just, maybe just figuring out, maybe if you can't do what someone else does, know your role, stay in your lane, and drive the fucking speed limit that you're supposed to be driving with, okay? Make sure the replay is not just for you watch it, not just for you listen to it, but if you want to experience it again. I love you, I value, I embrace you all. Always remember, or see love, you gotta give it, or see love, you gotta give it, or see love, you gotta give it. Whatever obstacles you've overcome, whatever success you have achieved upon this particular day, we are extremely proud of you. But no one else is proud of you. Be proud of your damn self. And finally, y'all, listen. It is only episode 4, but just recognize this is a reflection of what could be. That doesn't mean it's your reality. And take lessons from this to know that love is out there, but you also have to be about moving in love in order to receive it. One love, much love, all love. We feel the love, and we're sending it right back to you. Commercial break and fireworks coming your way for the day that was, for the day that's come, for the blessings on the way for you, me, all of us, as society, as people, as culture. We feel the love, and we send it right back to you. Good night, everybody. Love you all. Bye.
I thought I should tell you, they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner. I thought I should tell you they've been talking about you. Yeah, they've been talking about you. They've been talking about the fact that they've done everything they could to stop you and everything they could to block you, but you still win. They've been talking about the fact that they have undermined your success and they have tried to sabotage your seasons, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that even though they don't like each other, they get together to try to kill you, but you keep winning. They've been talking about the fact that you were voted least likely to succeed, but like cream, you keep rising to the top. They've been talking about how they tried to burn your world down, but like the phoenix, you rose from the ashes. They've been talking about you. And you know what they say? Oh, she's just lucky. He's just lucky. But no, you ain't lucky. You're anointed. You got something on you. You got favor on you. You got power on you. You were born to win. Now they can call it luck, but it's grace. They can call it luck, but it's favor. But whatever they call it, it doesn't matter, because you know what God calls you? Do you know what God calls you? A winner.
Good evening. My name is Mark Woodbury. I'm the chairman and CEO of Universal Destinations and Experiences. Well, we're finally here. Tomorrow we begin a new chapter at Universal Orlando Resort as we open Epic Universe. We built this place for you. I want to thank you, our fans, for your love of our stories, characters, and immersive experiences that inspired this incredible place. Epic Universe represents over 8 years of meticulous planning, immense creativity, and innovation, combined with unmatched craftsmanship and operational excellence on the part of thousands of people who have brought to life the stories and characters that live beyond each of Epic's portals. But it represents so much more. Your love of Universal and the deep connections we've shared together here in Orlando over the past 30 years inspired us to dream bigger and to push the boundaries to create something extraordinary for you and for generations of fans and families to come. And tomorrow, as we open Epic Universe, I can't wait for you to experience this place for yourself. Now it's your turn to step inside, to lose yourself, and to share this place with the ones you love most. As we open this park, We hope your world becomes a little more epic. Tomorrow, Epic Universe becomes yours.
Are video games getting too expensive? This episode, we want to find some common ground because the CEOs want to raise the price even more.
Not with these broken ass games.
$5 million. That's how much San Andreas costs to make. Is it their fault for selling or our fault for buying?
Corporations claim all this stuff. Devs say otherwise.
Sports gamers, cozy gamers, whatever you call the people who play Power Wash Simulator.
I think it stings a little bit more because I'm spending my actual money and my mom is not. Imagine they get rid of all movie theaters and then charge you the same price to watch the same movie at home.
That's like every streaming service. It doesn't have to be the longest of games, but am I having fun with it? This is Lex. I'm Ronell. Let's get right into it.
Prepare for a journey beyond imagination, beyond belief, beyond anything you've experienced before. Universal Epic Universe, a new theme park where you'll step through extraordinary portals to 5 immersive worlds. Prepare for a cosmic voyage of discovery, an isle of fire-breathing excitement, a shadowy world of monsters and mystery, new wonders in the wizarding world, and a new way to play. Plus the splendor of a magnificent resort hotel overlooking the park. It's all new excitement at Universal Orlando Resort. A week's worth of vacation thrills with 4 amazing theme parks, a variety of spectacular themed hotels, and incredible dining and entertainment. It's all at Universal Orlando Resort, where you'll find new adventures every day. Explore the astonishing worlds of Universal Epic Universe at Universal Orlando Resort.
Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content. Because here's the thing, a good streamer can find other content.
Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about, besides lying all the damn time. Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about, besides lying all the damn time. Child, Braylon been over there doing his thing, minding his GD business, staying out of trouble, trying to get the folks some positive stuff to talk about, besides lying all the damn time.
Good morning, TikTok. Can I have your attention, please? Girl, are you ticking? Are you talking? Because knowledge is knocking. Then I want to talk to you real quick about ignoring a bitch. Oh, there's power in turning the other cheek. Now, I'm going to tell you something. One thing about people that like to throw shade, you don't fight shade with shade. The only thing that overrides and destroys the shade is the sunlight. See, your light got to be so bright that you keep that bitch where they belong. In the shadows, the dark. The bitch is invisible, and we don't see you, girl. See, you don't go back and forth with a person that's hating on you, because when you do that, you become just like them. A weak bitch. So the next time they mention your name in a status or your name come up in a conversation, don't respond because you're too high to look that low. We can't go back and forth with people that we can't reach and that's not on our level. We not sitting at the same table eating the same meals.